any shit going.
Welcome back to Oathbound Roads. Tonight, the Unbowed continue their strange adventure within the ancient and rather mysterious ruins of the giant realm of Foregone. Their journey to that land was not terribly eventful. They spent about a day traversing through an unfortunately heavy storm. Eventually, reaching a point where they felt they could no longer proceed, they resided within Vara's Wizard Tower, a gift spell that had been granted to her after graduating from Hallow Hall. But they did not awake inside of that tower. They awoke in a strange, shallow sea, surrounded by fog as far as the eyes could, see. Unsure of their location, situation, and the Rambler having been shrunk down to something that could fit in the palm of their hands, they carefully proceeded to the only landmark within range of vision. A large set of stone steps leading to nowhere. Covered in mud and bizarre flora, and a couple of froghemoths that had taken refuge there. The battle was quick, fearsome. People were swallowed, turned into crabs. Monkey was there. But through swift, decisive action, the Unbowed were able to put down the threats. Spotting larger structures off in the distance, they called upon the bizarre folding boat they had been gifted by a wizard they'd also unintentionally killed better part of a year ago.
Hey.
It's true.
We did.
And
I had nothing to do with that.
well, good. You'll have your own sins to contend with, and just them alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking stock of the situation, they boarded the boat and sailed off towards the mysteries and hopefully the way out of Foregone. So, there's no obvious wind to speak of in this bizarre, misty landscape.
Okay, do we need to find a way to move the boat?
It does come with oars.
Yeah, and I am curious about the boat. Once it
Mhm.
unfolds, is it virtually identical to a normal boat, or does it appear to be made of, paper or whatever it was?
There is
well-
a... Statistically, that's up to flavor more than anything, but I will say for this particular instance, it does have a somewhat origami quality to it.
Very nice. Gotta
Yeah.
watch out for paper cuts then.
And we have the keel boat.
Yep.
Interesting construct.
The carrying capacity, half-ton cargo, speed 1 mile per hour, 6 passengers.
Oh yeah, I forgot the tentacles.
Yeah, looking at the stats, how do we control the boat?
Now, the previous edition one said that it came with a sail and oars for the size we're using, but the keel boat, it doesn't really say.
It has oars and a sail.
Well, take one of the
yeah.
oars.
Yeah. Can't move under sail without wind and must be rowed. And we could hook up a harness to Biter if he doesn't mind, because it says boats can be pulled upstream by draft animals.
You want to try running that by him?
Yeah, I was. We'll see.
Fair
I could try
warning,
pushing
I
us
have
with
yet
the.
to ever put a bridle on him.
I may.
I could try
How
pushing us
far do
with
you,
telekinesis.
how long do you think we need to? It'll take to get to our destination.
We saw.
There's no way of knowing in such a strange realm. We'll get there when we get there.
Unfortunately.
I have an hour where I could potentially get this boat moving.
Oh, Vara,
Yeah.
is this big enough for you to animate, or too big for you to animate? I saw you make a tree come to life.
Oh, off, out of character, animate objects is different now.
Oh, okay.
So I can't just animate and make them move. They will sprout legs and start walking. So
Well,
Also, this is a magic item. I don't think that would work anyway.
just
No,
sprouts
it
a
would not.
pair of origami arms and starts doing the butterfly.
it's just
That is awful.
The folding bolt folds back up, turns into a butterfly, and flaps away.
yeah, the previous version just kind of assumed that they would just float over the ground, and that's how I could get away with that baloney. But it doesn't
You're
work
right.
that way anymore. So
Yeah. Everybody
if
get
it's-
aboard.
Well, I mean, Glev can push things up to 1,000 pounds, and the boat is specifically half a ton. So as long as we don't have more than 500 pounds in the boat between us, if Garm's riding on Biter, I could theoretically just push us if I just keep concentrating.
I'll retract my armor. Because that shit's heavy.
Does that sound like
Whatever
what we
works.
should try first?
Yeah. Let's see if that works.
Does it work, DM, or do I need a roll for this?
All right, so you all managed to get into the boat. You definitely see it displays sinking in a little bit deeper with all of you standing on it than before.
Oh,
Utilizing your glove, you
I
push
should
against.
say,
Go ahead.
sorry. I should clarify. I looked at it again. Carrying capacity is a half ton of cargo, not the size of the boat.
hmm
So it's up to you, I guess.
You attempt to push, and it moves, but you could very rapidly tell you're starting to sweat. You might face suffering some exhaustion if you keep doing this.
Oh, fun.
Hmm.
Okay, never mind. I was mistaken about my abilities.
We do this
Capability.
the old-fashioned way, then.
Well,
Do we have oars?
there are oars,
Yep.
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Paper oars.
The one
Alright.
time where frickin' gust of wind would actually be useful because I could catch the sail.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't think shape water is going to be much help here.
Meanwhile, the paladin is like, it's like all of you fancy mage types are thinking way too hard about this.
How do I get out of labor?
Hey.
It could,
Hey.
it could transform one of the burbs and have them pull the boat or row.
Is there a good chance they, flip out?
No, as long as they don't order them to attack, they don't have to roll for it, really.
Ah.
It's in combat, they have to roll every turn.
Oh, let's see how Rowan goes. With our wimpy arms on everybody except arm.
Well, you got armor.
Which I retracted because it's heavy as fuck.
Well, I mean, that was before. Well, we have up to half a ton of cargo. You're fine.
Okay, then. I mean,
We wouldn't be
I
able
don't
to
know
take the
how
full size Rambler. It's a good thing it got pocket sized, honestly.
much. Yeah. You know, my armor. How much does plate mail weigh normally?
Let me see.
It's like,
Decent amount of weight to my memory, but I can look it up real quick.
like
Yeah.
50, 60-ish pounds.
As if I
65
remember- yeah,
pounds, according to the player's handbook.
yeah.
I literally would not be able to carry this if I wasn't an artificer.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, it's part of your exoskeleton.
Yeah, 65
then I'll-
pounds.
Then I will keep it out. Then the boat can take it.
All right. Midge will also take some
Yeah,
some
Midge
ores
is here.
as well. Because powerful build.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Midge is technically the strongest one here.
Indeed.
Also, if I really have to, I could turn into, or use polymorph to make some kind of swimming beast.
Mm-hmm.
I
You have
don't
options.
trust going into there.
It's fine. He'd have a buffer of HP.
Who's going to mess with an orca?
Point.
Larger orca.
Yeah. A bigger orca.
Something really dumb.
Well, you'll be a lone orca. Something might like
yeah.
those odds.
Mm-hmm.
Even a lone orc is pretty steep odds.
Anyway, rowing is not the fastest going, but it works well enough.
With the addition of the rowing, would I tire myself out, try to help him just a bit with the telekinesis?
It does help, yes. I mean,
Okay.
honestly, you realize very quickly that you might actually be better suited just having the telekinesis move one of the oars.
Well, the thing is, for that to work, there has to be contact between the oar and the boat, because otherwise, if it's just an oar floating there, there's going to be no transference of kinetic energy.
True enough.
Yeah, true.
Because I was thinking of that, yes.
What we need is those one ships that where the oars are built in and go out to the side.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Vass could work the entire thing himself.
It is made out of one singular piece of material, technically, so I'm going to rule that is possible.
Oh, I mean, then would that work?
I don't know.
It might help Vask, strengthen his telekinetic muscles.
Or
Yeah,
your brain.
You're just sweating like crazy, just sitting there doing pantomime motions as the oar moved a few feet away from you.
I'm sure Garm just is like, what's the point?
Poor Vasquez. I'm not suited for labor. Work like a peon. A Vask of the many colors.
That's peasants' work.
I would know. I was a peasant.
I mean, yeah.
I've
You are
killed
the
too
farm
many
boy.
of those to be among their number.
I'm not going back to that life.
Well, okay, all fun and games, but he was taken from that life as a kid, and he
Yeah.
probably would be happy being just a simple farmer, considering his herbalism interest.
Oh, absolutely.
Aw.
We get you.
However,
I mean,
part
there's
of
still
the
a good chance, being a Breveland boy, he would have still ended up at Gummaz.
Yeah,
Oh.
decent odds.
absolutely
All roads in Breveland lead to Gummaz.
any Breveland worth their salt knows Gumma. It's destiny.
All right. Several hours seem to pass.
Oh.
The figures in the distance never seeming to get any bigger or smaller.
Hmm.
Can we see where we
Well, that-
came from?
That does disappear eventually.
Ha! Oh no.
Does it seem like that's a illusionary thing, or just it's so distant and huge that we're going to be doing this for a while?
Make an Arcana check. 18, okay. Best you can tell, you have moved. You could feel the boat moving. You can see the trail of displaced water righting itself behind you as you go. It might just be that these are really huge and really far away. So you at least get the feeling that you have actually physically moved. It's not like you're just stuck and this is an illusion designed to mess with you.
Hmm.
Okay. So yeah, it's just I think we might be sailing through the night.
So much for saving time by cutting through the swamp.
Assuming it's, I mean, time might be weird. We could either be showing up only an hour later, having saved time, or we might show up, who knows, 50 years later.
Or maybe a positive thing. Maybe we show up and it's like 2,000 years in the past and we can prevent great evils from happening.
I mean, then we wouldn't have come here in the first place.
Or we might be the cause of it, and it's like a loop thing. I've heard of that. They talk about that in the Citadel, but then they get heated about it.
Maybe we're the giants, and we just don't know it yet.
I mean,
Looks to
Vara
the tiny Rambler.
Yeah.
Vara looks down to herself like, oh, okay.
This is why I deal with absolute, actual reality, not the fabric of reality.
Take it
Like
from
that.
someone who spent time in another realm, it's all fabric.
that's right. You were in the what do you call it?
The Glamourlands.
Balance.
At Garma's mention of reality, Hildegard glances at him and goes, "You mean where a deity tells you to hunt fallen stars, correct?"
Why? What's so unusual about that?
I did
Most
get a chuckle from
Gar, most things, most even religious folks of our day do not speak directly to gods.
Oh,
It used
When,
to be
uh,
more common.
What?
It used to be more common.
It used to be, but it is not anymore. You are a
Oh,
special case.
I was just gonna say when Midge mentions being in the Glamourlands, and Vask kind of looked like he was about to say something before, like an expression of just like, "Ooh, maybe not," because
Oh no.
he's like, "Oh, Mother would be really helpful." Oh shit, sorry.
Ooh.
But he didn't
Oh.
say it out loud. It was just that because I almost did it, so it's like, oh, Vask would have totally.
Yeah,
that's
That
a
is a good point, though.
Your beast, the one that conjures lightning,
I've
can it produce winds?
never actually asked.
He,
Oh, let's see.
do you think it would take kindly to being summoned on the boat?
It can fly. We saw it.
I'm not even sure if I could call it flying. It might just be that it jumped.
Ah, it jumps
I-
good.
I've not had much opportunity to really get to know Stormbite. Most of the time I've summoned him, he tried to eat my hands.
Looks to bite her.
It's not so unusual.
No,
Sometimes
never
the
do
nippy
that.
sometimes the nippy ones can be quite friendly.
Speak for yourself.
I am.
Wow, I have nothing to say against that.
Believe me, I was a very nippy child.
Oh, Is Biter
Are
full form
all-
or dog form in the boat?
He is in his wolf state, and he is just walking alongside the boat, just like an inch or two above the surface of the water.
Our baby, or newborn dragonborn and kobolds, Bitey.
Yes.
Uh,
Why you
I
need
was quite a
scales?
mighty one as a child as well, Garm. I wanted to put everything in my mouth,
It's not so
especially the things that
unusual when
didn't
that's
belong there.
your primary means of interacting with the world. Most animals do it.
Yeah, that is true.
Bass thinks
We
about
are.
the snake things. It's like, oh, that's probably why they have scales.
I reckon the baby dragons act very, very fierce because their venom hasn't come in yet.
Aw.
That's actually not very uncommon for human children as well. They also go through a nibbling phase.
Phase.
Do they now?
Yes.
I haven't quite interacted
Um,
with infant humans.
She doesn't say it, but she's
So-
kind of like, yeah, there's good reason for that.
Do our baby dragonborn and kobolds like actual babies? You got to take care of them, or are they more like the kind of thing that can take a
Lizards.
bit better care of himself when born?
They are generally much more self-sufficient at birth. They don't really require like a long period. They're usually like grown up closer to adult size within a year or two.
Okay.
Physically,
So,
they may mature fast, but mentally, who knows?
I mean, they live longer too. So, and they're kind of fucking termites. So they do actually need to mature mentally and physically fast.
They
Mentality's
mature
always
enough to
come up
know
with-
their task. That's generally it.
Yeah. Our children generally don't spend very long needing to be taken care of by their parents.
Good for you.
All right.
Although
I think he's
wasn't
being
meant
genuine with that, actually.
to- Aye.
Oh, all right. It's a little difficult to read. It's difficult to read people without a snout sometimes.
Vice
Oh,
versa.
tell me about it.
Oh my god.
It doesn't help that our Garm is a little bit of a dour boy, isn't he?
So, Dawa.
Hi.
I just imagine, the big dog being pestered by, like, the little kitten or something. He's just completely stone-faced.
So, Biter, is it? Yeah, Biter. What has it been like for you on this mortal plane?
I've had hooves until just a few days ago. Don't recommend it.
I can't imagine those are very comfortable.
I'm not. It's like wearing too tight of shoes constantly, crushing in on your bones. I've imagined having only one toe for a little while there.
They wiggle their claws. Hmm.
Just a moment where you go,
I've left-
wait, Biter knows what wearing shoes is like?
He's seen people doing it long enough.
No, but he knows the feel.
My tail is a long one.
Does this place feel any different compared to where you come from and where we were? Like, in a metaphysical sense, it doesn't seem like the Glamourlands, as Midge has said, but does it feel like the regular plane of existence?
Yes, it's just darker.
Darker?
It just gestures upwards. I literally live in the night sky before all of this.
Above the sun.
All right.
Yes, it's interesting seeing that from another angle. You should take a look sometime.
I would enjoy that if I were able to survive up there.
Biter, that actually reminds me. When that meteor, or the fell star, fell so close to us, you think that was Gortog sending it our way or chasing it our direction?
No, that was one that panicked and made a break for it. Happens fairly often. Probably saw him coming.
Can I just do a perception check as we're going, just keeping an eye around the, water around us as best I can?
Certainly.
Cool.
See if old Three Eyes here. Maybe he can give us a pull.
Old Three Eyes
Hey!
just emerges out of the water. Life has many doors, Vask boy.
Oh,
God damn it.
It's been 3,000 years. He's now old Six Eyes. Really old Six Eyes.
Older than time, one might say.
You think Six Eyes they like revolve like a chamber?
Why, yes.
Do I see anything with a 12?
The water, if it weren't for your rowing, is crystal clear. You can look down into the depths a little bit and see, now that you're looking at it, sure looks a distant ways down, like you're looking at a old, very rubble-strewn and thoroughly destroyed roads and stonework.
Oh. We are above us. There are roads beneath us.
And you think you might see some bones down there?
Oh, fuck. All right.
If your sense of perception is there, though, they are massive bones.
Would they be consistent with the size of the structures or bigger? Like,
Based on what you could tell, consistent.
It looks... I think those are bones.
Wouldn't
for
surprise me.
giants.
I can get a closer look if Laug is willing to be a cormorant for a minute.
Do you really want to send him off when we're here?
He's just going to be under the boat if if you're okay with swimming down.
He looks around for a moment, just tippy-tappies over to the side of the boat.
Think of it this way: this water is much less dank than the last time.
Yeah, he did find a shiny in that event, though.
Yeah, he found me.
Yes, the
Oh,
shiny.
I was wondering what you'd pick up.
Just taking in the scenery that used to look very different.
So this does look familiar to you.
No, not at all. This wasn't water before.
But, I mean...
I can't see below the surface unless
you
Hildegard
look-
leans over.
Hildegard,
This is-
did you take a look?
There's a sigh, and she just leans half off the fucking boat.
I
Ah,
remember
yeah,
when
yep.
this was all underwater.
Ah, shit,
Ooh.
hey. What do you know? Yep. They're dead, all right. That's sad.
You
Oh my
recognize the
God.
skeletons?
Those are giant bones. Am I correct?
Looks like.
So these giants, did they have any enemies?
Humans?
Well, my knowledge of things. They sided with humans in most things. Looks over at Midge a little awkwardly. Back when they were fighting us, them. I know Kedron's kids got involved too, so there was some fighting there. God, what even happened to them? You don't hear about them anymore.
Do you mean the Virvolg?
No. Her actual firstborn kids, not. Looks over at Midge again. Just even though his eyes are just two little specks of green light, you can just see the hesitancy and attempt to find the right word.
We have met other guardians of Kedron from Anrun.
Really?
The Hyphenim.
The what? Wait, do I know what the hyphen is?
No, you would have never heard of them.
Okay. What are the hyphen?
They are a race from deep beneath the earth. They are a kind people, psychically powered, guardians, and what what's the word? Ambassadors of the realms below.
Oh, the hyphenated.
They are also somewhat ignorant of the surface folk, which can lead to misunderstandings.
Aye,
Hmm.
and that we were just as ignorant as them too.
I'm curious if they are at all familiar with creatures that have come up to attempt to eat our eggs before.
We did find a skull of one of the what they call it, the Threek. One of the Anrun's denizens. We found a skull of theirs in the lair of the beast that was feeding on the blues, on the silvers.
Their face goes very very emotionless. Like the expression leaves their face. Ah, I see.
Judging from your lack of reaction, this must be news to you as well, Flugel.
Yeah, never really dealt much with the underground.
So then
Always
you
figured
refer to
nothing
some
down there
other
was
race.
Always figured nothing down there would be having the time to do anything like make conversation.
And I'm sure it's difficult to fly down there, huh?
Never made the trip. Don't know anyone among us who did either.
There were some decently sized caverns, but they were often cramped from what we saw.
I
We didn't
to
go
lean
too
back
far.
on-
Sorry.
She's just like, am I good to lean back on the boat? This is somewhat disconcerting.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I
I'm good.
If
I'm
you
I could
decent.
always reach out to Sporus mentally.
I am curious about the.
Actually, I have a bit of him in my brain still, I think.
What?
Long story.
We're on a long boat ride.
Oh,
The
I guess it's
hyphenum
not too
are
long.
fungal people, you see.
Yes, and that is how
Fungal.
they communicate with everyone. Their spores are psionically active, where those who breathe it in are able to communicate as if they all share the same language. That is how they are the peacekeepers and ambassadors down there. They're the translators.
Fascinating.
And
They can speak in minds naturally with their
yes,
spores.
yes, similar to how I am able to. But
Oh, I wonder if they
Forrest,
could.
the mage that we knew, gave us a gift where when I inhaled these spores, it implanted within me a knowledge of a spell. I've never had chance to use it because it is quite situational, but they were
What
able to
spell
teach.
is
Um, it's not one I would. It's not something I would cast outside of combat. It links the suffering between two.
I see. A tactical spell, nonetheless.
Actually, Garm, there have been several times where I nearly cast it on you if I wasn't already focused on something else. Well, it would. The thing is, if it links the suffering in that, if I used him as the source, anything, and another one, if something hurts Garm, the thing linked to him will suffer that pain as well.
Hmm.
I can't help but
Where if
imagine that's
I-
one way to stop a conflict.
I wonder
Mm-hmm.
if these
Actually, that
hyphen-
adds some. Sorry.
No, please.
I was going to say, Garm, what you said about one way to stop a conflict, like, that may add some light on their negotiation processes, actually.
Empathy by force. Fascinating.
They were far from helpless themselves.
I wonder if they could cultivate a strain of their spores that could be safely spread so multiple races could easily communicate with each other.
The problem, I mean, they might be able to do that down there, but the problem is, gestures at this guy. Rask is quite spiteful. They anything of theirs literally burns in his light, including people who were, unfortunately, before we were able to establish communications, unknowingly infected by them.
A further infection rather than just inhaling the spores.
To follow up on what you said, Flugel, if you weren't referring to the Virvolg or the Hyphenim, then who were Kedron's first children?
Oh, man. I'm a little surprised that you guys don't worship them. They're kind of similar to the gods you guys had opt out.
Spit it out.
You've probably at least heard of a couple of them.
Spit it out.
Runda the Storm Lord. Product of a little dalliance between Kedron and the sky. Flannig. Self-righteous guy. Never really interacted with him much, but you can see his handiwork all the time. You survived an entire day traveling through it. He's honestly got a hard-on for fighting Fellspawn and other creatures just as much as your guy does. Just looking over at Garm.
Oh, we have heard of those divinities.
Yep.
It,
I think
the
they're
worship
mostly
is-
worshipped in the Southlands, though. Not
Yes.
sure.
Their worship is by far not common in Andromeda, or at least most of the lands I've seen.
And we don't they don't. Dragons don't worship anything but dragons, right?
Yeah, you guys pay homage to the god of magic, Sova, but I wouldn't even call it worship. It's more just appreciation for the fact of, hey, thanks for assembling something so perfect as us.
God.
Yeah, and the silver thing with Ibra is an outlier and should not be counted.
That's less worship and more like we love anti-Ibra.
Yeah.
We don't. My people don't worship deities, so to speak. We give thanks to the god of magic for creating dragons, but otherwise, I don't think I've ever seen a kobold, or dragonborn, or dragon worship anything besides the mothers. And even then, that's not quite worship.
Vara's having a real hard time not looking at Vask and just giving him the eyebrow. Like,
Yeah, he's just doing the rowing, and like he'll like maybe meet your gaze and just be like, mentally, what?
just shake your head and go, okay, in your head.
No, I'm listening. I'm staying
I'm
quiet.
confused.
The agnostics of the party, is that what you're implicating?
No, we don't
Oh,
worship
no, none of
anything
this is-
except the mothers. Except the mothers, and she's just looking, she's just thinking like, yeah.
Fantasy Freudian slip.
Uh-huh.
Well, having met Gileali, she is a creature of great awe.
And Vara's also
Her mind
remembering-
was. Oh, sorry.
Vara's remembering the interaction with the time dragon.
Uh-huh.
And how much of an absolute bitch it was. So it's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, that's real different than worshiping gods that don't care about you at all. Super different.
And then Vask is the one in the party who has straight up said, "Oh yeah, I believe there's very little difference between gods and very powerful Fellspawn." I'm researching that.
Some of them would smite you for that.
Yeah.
That's
Some
why
of
you don't
them
say
just
to
nod their
face.
head. It's like, yeah, guess what? I'm better than them.
Yeah, there's a few of them who would just respond with bet.
Yeah.
I was here first. That means I'm not Fellspawn.
Yeah,
But
Google
yeah,
just keeps
Vask
thinking
is-
for a moment. Yep, go ahead.
He's kind of keeping quiet with the talk of gods and stuff. Focusing on rowing the boat.
Let's see. There's Pasha, eldest daughter syndrome to the max, governs mountains, rock slides, you know. She doesn't really like people very much. And there's Ziva. That one, she's fun. I'll give her that. Goddess of seasons. Doesn't do a ton, but, you know, throws wild parties.
Oh, I'm sure she wasn't appreciative of the whole early winter, early spring thing.
If it affected the Southlands, who knows?
Throw off her whole groove.
Do I think that even though it worked up here, do I think it's possible that it could have spread down that far with how powerful it was?
We've been told before that Ruben was in contact with people down south, and he said it didn't reach all the way to, like, Whitemore, at least.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Krobos that doesn't know that.
Which just makes Vask's head hurt because it's like, oh crap, this one area centered around Brana is now. This season is just like, the seasonal dial is just slightly off, and that's going to bug him.
Yep.
Do you know? Never mind.
Yeah, heavy stuff.
Yeah, they seem a little like distant at the moment.
You forgot one of them, Midge says, suddenly speaking up. Not a bad abridgment of the history. And some southern tribes of us, everything I was told, actually do actively engage in worship with them. You're missing one of them. Oh, yeah. I wasn't sure about mentioning her. That's a sad story. Now, they deserve to know it, so you tell them or I do.
Actually, by the Furbolg.
Yeah.
You're talking about my gods right in front of me.
And she is autistic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last one would be Kosha. And he's right. That is a sad story. The youngest born. When the first invaders came. That's when Kedron's children first came into being. All the gods had left and the world was near defenseless. The dragons were too busy exploring everything to notice what was going on around them. Plane hopping, delving down to the depths of the seas and the earth. Sky was the limit. They didn't notice until it was too late, and all of Rudar was overrun.
Overrun by what?
Surely you've heard tell of the islet.
Have I?
History check.
Okay.
28. Name
Oh my God.
immediately flashes back to you, and you know you've heard that story before.
Okay. How's it go from my point of view?
Your ancestors were the ones who ended that war, as far as you're concerned. You showed up and basically wiped them all out with dragon fire, burning down all of their world trees that they were attempting to spread.
Okay. Yes.
Metal.
My people are the ones who destroyed them.
Well, destroyed most of them.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Yes, some of them did manage to get away, according to what I learned. That is true.
Really?
The dragons did technically end the bulk of the fighting when they showed up.
Yes, we burned their world trees to the ground.
Hmm. You were a few hundred years too late to stop them from killing a lot of us, though. Ancient history, literally.
How ancient is it for you?
I was still 1,000 years before I was born.
I am I see.
Either way,
If they had known, I'm sure they would have acted sooner.
maybe. Either way. Back to the original story. Dragons weren't the only thing that did them in. We learned of their weakness to fire. Runda, Pasha, Ked, Siva, they all did their best waging war in the stead of the Bayark. We had no one left to fight for us. No one left to help us, and they had gods of their own. Wicked, capricious things. They took away the air itself, made it where you couldn't even breathe.
Jeez.
Must have been a bloody conflict.
Oh, yes. Funny thing is, many of our kin decided to side with them in the end.
Really?
And where do you think the glamour comes from? My ancestors technically were among those.
Aye, if I remember correctly, they came from the Glamourlands, were a part of it.
Or something. They never exactly spoke. Stories the elders told me, they didn't have mouths.
Ew.
If the stones and trees could speak and all that.
I think there's a spell for that.
None that I know of, but I am not exactly gifted in the ways of nature. I simply am a product of it.
Aren't we all? But yes.
Hmm.
Osha was born when
No,
nothing else
actually.
was working.
We're not all products of nature.
Mask did laugh at that. Or chuckle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Osha was born young and given an immense amount of power just out of desperation and fear. She's our goddess of death, goddess of fire, and our goddess of sleep. The first thing she was born into was told to massacre. She couldn't really control it that well. According to the story, both sides wound up falling. So great was her power that Kedron stirred. The Earth Mother drew her into her embrace, and they both sleep deep beneath the earth forevermore. She rises again. That'll be the end of things.
Well,
Of course, there's like 3 of those stories.
what if time has helped her control her fire?
I don't know. I've never been to the... Yep,
Hello.
there we go.
Okay.
Callie?
There's
You're back. We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, just kind of just
Alright.
went silent. As it
It's
do.
a- some debate, especially among those of us who tackle the undead that seem to crop up from time to time, of whether or not they're connected to Kosha or if she might be their blight. You know,
Yeah, I'd
if
imagine people would have pretty mixed feelings on her.
it's obviously not spoken of very often because her very nature is suspect.
Many things from the past are suspect.
Lugal. Lugal?
Yep.
Would it be too forward of me to ask where the Crow Mother fit in all this
Do we
pantheon?
want to mention that? Just
Hmm?
remember, just a reminder, because there's a furbolg in the party.
Oh, well,
It's
I forgot that, but Besk would be more.
You could probably use
intelligent.
more metaphorical language. It's like, yeah, and where does your mom figure into this?
Okay, where does
or your benefactor, or whatever you're gonna say.
where does Hildegard's patron fit into this?
Yeah, that whole thing I mentioned about old oaths. Can't answer
can't
that one
say.
as much as I wish I could.
Yeah,
Consequences of it are dire and all that.
that'd be something to ask if we manage to meet.
Maybe.
Apologies if that was too much.
No, it's fine. It's just a quick reminder. If I would rather not shank on today.
I can't promise
Oh,
how
no.
Midge would react to that news.
Yeah.
The Crowbus doesn't know that Midge can't know what the Crow Mother is. Oh boy.
Yeah, that was my bad. I forgot. There's so many
Yeah.
things to remember.
It's not a big deal.
It's been
Yeah.
a while, and we're trying to juggle the entire drama of cosmology.
And to be fair, on all of us, we're juggling multiple characters across multiple universes and different games.
You know,
Yep.
I'm gonna insight Vass. I wouldn't know if I wouldn't see if Necrobus picks up on the lack of using the name. Like, are you trying to keep something on the down low? 14, I ask.
I don't know, DM.
I mean,
I
it's,
mean,
it's
Are you good with obliging that insight check, or
I mean, yeah, it's not like he was. I mean, there are times where we haven't referred to Shemaeus by name often. We I don't know if it
still
would
haven't
seem.
heard his name.
I just don't think it would be out of character to Vass to refer to something that by a different name than your proper title.
No,
Yeah.
that makes sense because he's very careful about that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean,
through the mental link, just to Vask. Vask.
hmm,
Am I reading too much into it, or are you avoiding the name Crow Mother for a reason?
well, it's a good thing you did this privately. Don't say that out loud around Midge.
What is that?
Taboo subject.
Taboo subject.
I see.
It's like
We've been
I-
told that
I
if we
believe-
ever say that out loud, we might get shanked on sight.
yeah, there's apparently some ancient bad blood between Furbolg and the mother. So we're trying to just be careful at this
Then-
moment because we like Midge.
Don't you think Midge might have information that some wouldn't?
Oh, probably, but it's just a risk that we're not certain we want to take right now. Like
So I've heard about this weird
the
figure
thought
called the
trails
Crow.
off. The thought trails off, but there is like a brief mental flash of Vask looking at the door where Garm was standing outside of it as there was a certain ritual being conducted on the inside of a room.
Mm-hmm.
Vask doesn't have the full story, but he knows something was up.
These other gods you mentioned, the gods of the island.
Yep.
Is anything known about them?
Oh, I never learned their names. I saw them.
You saw them?
Yeah. Does it surprise you that much that I'm that old?
You were young at the time, I thought.
Forgive us, but gods showing themselves in any regard is extremely rare in this age.
Oh, they were
Except for
flexing.
one in particular.
Warthog doesn't give
They
a
were
damn.
They were
Oh, no,
flexing
I
back
was
then.
thinking
They were
INR.
trying. Yep. They were trying to look tough.
Threat display of some kind.
Yeah. One of them, feminine looking enough, had 4 faces. Similar enough to Ziva now that I'm thinking about it. Might have been a rival, like deity of change, the seasons. Hard to say for sure. One of them looked similar enough to them, but had 3 eyes, one in the center of the head. They regularly took the form of a bird, I remember that much. Little songbirds. Fuckers.
There's a brief glance towards Hildegard.
There's a grievance against songbirds?
They're horny little balls of hatred.
Oh. Oh, right. Some people
No
understand.
dignity, no class. They think just because they can sing that gives them the right to do whatever they want.
I forget that
How are
some
the
people
how are the
understand.
crows reacting to this?
Just
The
nodding
ravens,
sagely.
Just think, shrikes are a type of songbird.
Oh yes. Is there anyone more racist towards birds than other birds?
Spiders.
No, that's a hunger thing.
A songbird. One with faces.
Yeah, there may have been others, but those are the 2 that I remember. The bird one was weird. Like, everything just got screwy around her.
Screwy as in what we're currently in.
Maybe. Just chaos stuff. Entropy. Things that normally worked would stop. Or they'd start working differently. It's like she was bringing the laws of the Glamourlands into this world. Probably was the architect of the glamour seeping into Kedron, and, well, the reason why you can still find some of it here today.
Invasive songbirds.
I see.
I can't help but personally imagine the saguaro cactus that's down the street that is completely infested by a colony of peach-faced lovebirds that went native here. Let's see if I have photos of them sometime. Sorry.
It's really funny.
Yeah, they're kind of a problem because I kick out native species that dig the burrows and the cacti.
Mm-hmm.
What else do you remember of your past life?
Hard question to answer, honestly.
And of you, Midge?
I was very young. Told you most of what I remember from the time before. I feel like I've shared about all I can of my life story. I don't know all that much about most of yours, though. Heck, I'm not even entirely. You all don't. Like, you're supposed to be sell swords? Folk who fight for money?
Errants. It's a custom
Eh.
that started in Galmadat to create warriors and problem solvers when they're needed.
With more specialized and intent than just straight up mercenary sellswords that you can hire by the number for an army.
Errands typically do not involve themselves in war. We handle the small things.
The small things that, if left untended, can become big problems later on. Like Vast kind of makes an offhanded gesture to around us, but with the hand that does have the slot gem, like such as some of the things we've encountered.
Aye.
Not just a. I know technically from everything I heard, spent a little time around Troutbone enough to listen. You all are supposed to be doing things for coin, but the whole time I've known you, I've not seen you do it once.
Well,
You
that's
helped
because
those
you didn't come
changelings
with
just
us
because you
to the
could.
Citadel.
I'm sorry.
We had personal reason to help those changelings, and we knew that they were in peril.
Changelings.
Long story, Necrobos, we will tell you later, but
The
understand
abbreviated
that
version
the...
is. Oh, sorry.
Nope. What was you gonna say?
Just you would just interject. Abbreviated version is just think about how thoroughly the Reich were installing themselves in that town.
See.
And that's pretty much all
So,
Vask would say on it.
But to answer your curiosity, Midge, errantry work is, well, every errant is unique. Their motivations vary from individual to individual. For some, the pursuit of profit is enough. For others, the passing of coin is to merely facilitate the work.
Such as mine.
Hunting and adventuring isn't exactly a safe business, nor is it cheap. Hence why it pays well, because it has to.
Some people specialize. I myself used to clear out crypts of undead.
Aye, errantry work as we understand it was started in your country.
Yes. Stories of great heroes and knights, usually going on their tasks for no other benefit than glory.
I'm new to not being inside my horde. I have considered. I've considered looking into this errant business, but
Seems like about the
Well-
only line of work in exile like you or I could find out in this world covered in them. No offense, genuinely.
Man, it's
None
fine.
taken.
Shrugs.
We're everywhere.
you really are. No
Think
offense.
Think errantry as a guild where instead of working with textiles, you hunt monsters.
I also considered blacksmithery.
I think you'd be pretty good at that, honestly.
I mean,
Mhm.
I did make this.
Yeah, you'd be very
Potions.
good. If you said that in front of, like, honestly, as high quality as that looks, it's lovely.
Oh, thank you.
You
You are one of the first people to take notice, actually.
I'm not used to seeing things made of metal beyond very rudimentary things till I started moving about.
Now, yes, I made this myself. I did need to find a power source for the more magical-esque effects that it carries, but I had to figure out how to weave them into this suit of armor as well. I forged it. I enchanted it. Again, that's not enchanting is not the proper. I artificed it. Artificery is not exactly magic. It is more of a
Technology.
yes, but it's a technology that can mimic magic, and of course do many of things that magic cannot.
Yeah, if this Aaron thing doesn't work out, there are a lot of nobles who take you in just from that armor alone. You can make a nice, easy, fat living off that.
Bass
I
can't help but
hesitate.
scoff a little bit, but he tries to hide it.
He what?
Bass scoffs a little bit when talking about like the technology mimicking magic, but he tries to hide it. He's just not.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try and pick up on that. That
Hmm.
I'm gonna
He's
spell.
still going.
I'm gonna perception you. Oh wait, do I hear it?
Perceive me.
What?
Perceive me.
Perceive you.
Ignore me!
Do not look at me.
Oh
Do
my
not look at
God.
me! Okay.
The
Okay.
D&D version
For
of
a moment,
Witness
you
me.
forget Vask is there.
Oh no!
You blink and there's a squid.
No. Wait, no, I can't do it at the same time while using telekinesis. I was just gonna say he's invisible, so you can't see him.
I thought you were going to polymorph into a crab again.
No.
Yeah, no, they just don't notice that. So yeah, no, the special interest button has been pressed. So I'd be hesitant to give away how I've done this because this is knowledge that I gleaned through deep research into my
Oh,
people's.
I understand.
history.
Naaman defaced and probably put himself on the bad list for this Citadel for Life, trying to hide artificing knowledge that had gone into their records.
The Citadel had artificy knowledge.
We think it seemed that he found it and ripped out the interesting stuff and kind of pointed it out. And since he was the previous one to do that, the Citadel realized it was him.
I'm curious about his people. What is the place called?
On Kelba.
Thank you, on Kelba.
No, wait. He didn't confirm that. Vask assumes he was on Kelvin. He kind of called him out on that. He goes, he didn't confirm, but I suspect he's on Kelvin.
Yes, I'm curious if he comes from there. He appears to be practicing artifice himself.
Danor's close to Ankelba, right?
It shares a border with it. But your kind don't really fly over there.
Yeah, my kind don't really deal with Kelba.
You and nobody else. They've always been isolated. Except that time they tried to conquer this whole place.
What? Oh,
yeah.
Would I know that?
Yeah, you'd know that.
Okay.
There are humans who live in Daenor that you trade with. They would be aware of that story very easily.
Daenor dragons probably fought against it too.
Did they?
If it came to that area.
If they attempted to invade into that valley, that alliance between the human tribes that live down in the valley and the dragons in the mountains is very old. So yeah, the dragons would have actually come to the humans' defense in that moment. Wouldn't have been a huge force of it, but they would still have helped.
You don't need many dragons.
Yes. The only interactions that my people have had with the Intelligence was to fight them when they attempted to take over. Some of us aided them. We have a treaty? That's not quite the right word.
Pact?
Pact, yes, thank you. We have a pact with the people there. A pact, I think, is very important for both sides. But, I'm beginning to suspect that they have... I suspect that they have cracked the secret of artifice as well.
Saying the giant emerald construct smash Cabral into a disc and throw throw it into the lake. I think that
And-
might be an easy assumption.
And you mentioning the things that you saw that man doing. Creating a mockery of my form. Their claws do, like, press into the ore tighter.
Mind the paper.
Are we any closer?
Yes, in fact, you've actually, this conversation's been going on for a while. You look over and realize, oh shit, you literally are passing by a large, half-submerged building made of massive stones.
Oh, maybe it's because we were paying too much attention.
Oh, maybe.
You're thinking this realm works on perspective?
Giant magic's weird.
Spiders that look like something we should sniff around. Sorry.
The fucking music,
I-
Sting. Sorry.
I think we should. It's the first thing we've seen.
I'll take a look. He just starts running off into the mist vertically and disappears.
Oh.
Foregone.
Yep. You approach into the boundary of what is very clearly a town, but at a much larger scale than you're used to. You see buildings comprised of boulders adhered together through some unknown means. Roofs made of rotted saplings, like thatch, bound together. Stonework is impressive, intricate, and thoroughly broken, ravaged by time. Whatever signs of life there were once here, there are no longer. And looking underwater, everything below, for every building you see, there are at least 2 or 3 that have been reduced down to the foundations, just strewn about in a chaotic jumble.
Callie?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
Never mind.
listening. I'm just listening.
No, I thought I heard something. Don't worry about it.
You see the, not too far away from the direction you're sailing, crumbled, faded statue that seems to be on its last legs, on the verge of sinking down and finally crumbling away with one last good push. You have no way of determining the exact depth. These buildings, they're massive, mountainous. You could fit an entire farming town inside of one of them.
Flugel.
Yeah.
This must be hard.
The whole world looks ruined to me.
Did you know any giants personally?
Yeah, I did. I've known a lot of people. Never
Maybe
was my
everyone-
task to miss them.
Sorry, Flugel.
Hildegard will give the gem just a very gentle just pat.
There's no real response, just looking out around the still water, partially sunken buildings.
I can feel it. Sense of loss.
This place is eerie.
Aye, very. The first time since you came, the environment and atmosphere around appears to show a slight change. The shadows appear to grow longer and the light dimmer. You're not sure if day works the same here or not, or night. How this fog seems to conceal everything from everywhere. But it is getting darker.
Keep an eye out.
I'm concerned about the amount of time we've been moving.
So still out here. I hear insects, but I don't even see them.
Having
like an
delved
echo.
through a tomb not too long ago, this place feels just as even more empty.
It's like an echo of what this place used to be through this primordial magic.
And despite how clear the water is, there's been no fish, right?
Nope,
Just plants.
pretty much. The occasional giant lily pad.
How big are we talking about?
Behemoth size?
Big enough to where you could probably park the boat on top of a couple of them.
Yeah, behemoth size.
I'm just imagining a frog hemoth loafing on top of a lily pad,
Yeah. God, such Dark
making
Souls
the
vibes.
world's worst gargling ribbit.
What a majestic creature.
Singing the song of its people.
As it's digesting an entire adventuring party.
Oh God. You know,
He's
it's a
another
good
frog,
thing-
Hemoth. You want some fuck?
Well,
I remember a clip of two frogs in a halfly submerged tunnel, and both of them are croaking for attention, and they realize that they're right next to each other, and they immediately start brawling and squeaking.
I love
Yeah.
that video. The
That's
best part
great.
is that they start syncing up their croaks, and that's when they realize there's a rival right next to each other, and it's just as they start
Yeah.
slapping each other.
Just imagine that on the scale of a frog hemoth.
God, oh, I just realized something that I'm going to say something that will sound very mean at first. It's a good thing Jetta's no longer here, because I don't think she would have been able to handle getting swallowed by a froghemoth
Nah, yeah, no.
after the boom toads.
Yeah.
That would have led to a lifelong hatred of amphibians.
Just contrasting Ryan's love of frogs.
If,
You guys just happen upon a tribe of grungs at some point, and just doom music starts playing as Jetta cracks her silver knuckles.
if we still had Jetta and she got swallowed alongside Vass, I can totally see Vass going, I can get out of here another way. But it's so much funnier to blow it up from the inside and give her trauma.
Oh my
I
god.
mean,
Terrible.
there was the boom toads, and the
Yep.
sloths,
Exactly.
and then the
Oh.
froghemoths.
Oh, that's true.
It don't stop
Yeah.
coming, and it don't stop coming.
I forgot about the slots.
So, God, speaking of sloths and frogs, minor tangent, sorry. In that Mad Max game, I just remembered a fucked up trick the DM pulled on the rogue. We found a statue where there's this weird giant frog with a big open mouth that's clearly hollow. So the rogue is like, I'm going to climb inside and see what's inside. So she climbs in and can't see anything because there's like magical darkness, but flame light still worked. So they're like it's like, oh, but flame light would still work or something. But there's like these gems inside, so she wanted to see what inside. She pulls out her torch, lights it. There's a flammable gas inside it, and it explodes. And the gems were slot eggs.
Amazing.
Oh,
That's where
Dick
we got
move.
our stash
Love
of
it.
slot eggs.
Dick move. I love it.
Uh-huh.
it's Hildegard's just going to like stay on point and just keep her eyes out, like she wasn't being aware, but like she's now just actively, keeping an eye on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like me to do a perception check, or now, or wait?
Make perception by all means.
Alright, just checking. I will have the burb give me advantage, because this fucked up thing you can do with familiars. Yeet.
Double
Didn't
13.
matter.
Twos on the
Yeah.
dice. Wow.
Oh,
Double twos. It's one of the worst
Wow.
things you can get.
Roll20 was not having my shit, apparently.
Lucky number 13s.
Right.
Okay. At this point, the environment just... It's been so still for so long. You haven't seen any living things since the froghemoths. That was likely better part of half a day ago now.
Oh, God.
It's all just starting to kind of blend together. It's hard to get a good grasp just what is happening.
Oh no, it's that travel thing when everything just starts becoming a blob.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
I'm being DM'd.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay, yeah. She wouldn't have interrupted any of you when you were having your conversation on the boat, but you noticed that when you looked over and saw all the bones through the water, she looked over with you and then never stopped.
Oh.
Mara, what you seeing?
And she just looked at it and she's like, well.
Reaches over and puts a hand on your shoulder. Vara.
It's like it's interesting. I'm watching the daily lives of giants right now.
Oh.
Did you make notes? Or take notes?
Can she be taking notes? Just like, oh, interesting.
Oh, and you're not
You're like
directly
the-
focusing on them, they disappear.
This would be like an anthropologist's dream. Dianthropologist?
Yeah, she's looking and she's like, well, they're down there right now. This must be the town, the square. There's commerce going on and they're talking to each other.
Oh.
Lives lived.
There have been so many stories about giants, it's so easy to forget that apparently they weren't that different from us.
Well, they were kind of made in your image.
Us exaggerated to incredible scale.
Yeah, she's just gonna continue watching this, and her eyes are a little far off.
think I thought of it. This place being containing an echo of what used to be is not far off.
I
Whatever killed the giants, maybe not even that event itself, but it it caused a ripple through their magic that has changed this place.
Oh, hi.
Hmm?
what's the matter?
Oh, that lady's looking at me.
Oh, fuck!
Oh,
Is it the one we saw the other night?
Not a resemblance, no.
She'll describe her. She's got bright blue skin and eyes and several gold rings around her forearm. She's still looking at me.
I'm gonna lean over and like try and look in the direction Bar's looking.
You see nothing but rubble and just slightly rippling water from the movement of the boat. Think you see maybe seaweed or something down there, but you're not seeing anything close to what Var is describing.
Hildegard's gonna lead over and go, but where is she?
Straight ahead where I'm looking, and she's gonna call on her noble background and do like the sort of bow that you would do to a person of slightly higher rank than you. Oh, I'm getting typed at.
Mm-hmm.
Because this person looks important. Oh, gonna wave back.
Should I keep rowing or should I stay here?
That's okay, and she'll turn away after that.
All right.
Is it of
That's-
concern?
I don't think so. She seemed perfectly friendly to me.
She's
Do
dead.
I have to pay a toll?
And she's
Not all the
gonna
dead.
shrug and go, "Are you sure she's dead?"
Uh,
We can't take anything for granted here in the Grobos.
Not all the dead are hostile, though many of them are.
And she's gonna wave her hand in front of her eyes and go, "This doesn't let me look at dead people. It just pulls
Think
the veil
she's-
back."
Hmm.
And she's gonna remark that nobody else can see me, just that one. At least so far.
Do you think maybe she has a gift like yours?
that was my thought as well.
Either that or just simply a way to look into the same. How do I put this? Realm of being that I am in. I can look into her realm of being and she can look into ours. That
Okay,
would
curse the
explain
veil.
why nobody sees giants anymore, even though they were clearly here and just vanished.
There were
Think-
bones.
We speculated as much that maybe the giants aren't dead, they're just on a different
Elsewhere.
plane of existence.
I suppose it's possible they left their bodies behind.
I mean, the Sorry if I butcher the lore, but the Midrog left, right? Why not the Giants?
That is
Midrog
accurate,
left,
yeah.
right?
They
Okay.
did.
If I remember the tales correctly, or at least so it's said, who knows what the truth is, the children of the Midrog left so they would not be deified by us.
Wise
Yeah.
move, honestly.
And humans came from somewhere else too originally,
I
according to
came from the
Brana
north.
history.
Indeed.
I hadn't actually considered the possibility that they just left.
But however they left, they must have left behind their bodies, their bones.
Or not all of them made it out.
Also possible.
Yeah,
And
because
maybe
if
what
they
Horace
all
sees
wiped
where
out, the streets would be littered with bones, like the Bonemonger's lair.
there was a lot of bones that wasn't there.
Decent number you saw, but
It could
not like... It doesn't look like an entire civilization's worth of bones down there. Just enough to be concerning, but not enough to be like, oh, geez, nobody made it out of this.
It could simply be their burial practice.
I don't know about how their burial practice works, but
Google? That sounds.
I don't think the water would be so clean if this was a regular practice.
Pretty
The
sure
bug
they
stays up a
buried their
little
dead.
bit.
And I mean, you guys remember Null? They buried him. That's how things were usually done.
Yeah.
Only
Yeah,
really
that's what I
started
meant.
burning bodies in more recent years, from what I've learned.
Okay, that was something I was going to ask earlier. Does the town ruins that we've seen, they would be proportionate for him, the giant zombie we found?
He's actually maybe a tiny bit bigger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember that Breveland only flooded because the giants disappeared and thus maintenance on the lock dams was not maintained.
Right.
From their perspective, they may not think the city's flooded at all.
Any sign of Biter yet?
Nope.
Vass doesn't have the knowledge yet, but this is starting to feel like the branched timelines kind of deal. They put themselves on a divergent timeline to get away from humanity.
Hey, Garm. Where's Biter?
I was just wondering that myself.
We'll
Should
try
I go-
and reach out and communicate with Biter through their link.
All right.
Should I go check on him?
You hear
Yeah.
back from him shortly after the. Just takes a few seconds. There is a clear note of frustration. Not seeing anything. Like at all.
After he says that, I'm sure I don't hear it, but Bar's gonna point to a tower that's partially sunken about a few hundred feet away from us, and go, "That's where the woman is going."
He's gonna stop rowing for a moment.
If we continue like this, we'll be stuck here.
He'll look to Vara.
That woman. That's the first time someone's
Looked at me?
seems to have acknowledged our presence.
Yeah,
You
she
should
might
head
not-
that way.
She
How
might
about
not
we
be
take
able
our-
to speak, but we can still communicate. She waved at me.
Aye.
Do you think she's climbing the tower to get closer to you? Wes?
Only one way to find out.
He'll change directions of the boat.
Yep.
I'll take our chances with some change, otherwise we'll be stuck in this monotonous void forever.
Okay.
Any amount of change is good at this point.
Really starting to see why my ancestors were so scared of them.
Believe me, it's unnerving for me.
What I remember, even the dragons were scared of them.
Have I heard that?
Nope.
Of course, dragons don't be afraid of nothing.
Yeah, we don't fear. The mothers don't fear anything.
Oh no, of course not.
Others might
Maybe
not, but-
I worded that in a bit of a hasty way. They feared the potential. There weren't that many giants at any point in time, but look at this shit. They
I mean,
built this in just a few centuries. They grew in numbers. Look, I get where you came from, and I'm not saying that it would be a one-sided thing. But looking at this, if they had the numbers to rival the dragons, I'm not actually sure who would win.
I think there's a little rattle of the tail, but it's a very quick little one, and
Think of it this way.
under their breath they say, "I would be stupid not to fear this."
Think of it this way. If what you say is true and the giants are essentially made in our image, they possess all of our strengths magnified. And it's humans who have effectively conquered Root Tower.
At least they would give it the common sense to see the coming dangers of their power being abused.
Aye. Still, we must call upon the right now.
You did
I
say
wonder if my
all of our strengths magnified.
Aye.
At least they
Wouldn't
can
have
see,
all your-
some of us can see how terrible we can be.
Aye.
I had wondered if that also meant some of our follies were also magnified as well.
Indeed.
Heading towards that tower where that woman
All right.
was.
Yeah.
After Vara points out the direction you head that way, it takes a few minutes. It juts up. Lord, it's massive. It is, just in terms of height, like if you were down at the seafloor looking up, this would be like Tower of the Gods from Wind Waker levels of height.
Oh, jeez.
It's partially submerged, but this place looks like it was meant to be a very tall structure to the giants. You don't see any breakage. It's slightly tilted over to the side from past structural damage, but what structural damage you see appears to be submerged. And it's just a solid mass of white and gray stone with no visible openings as you get near it.
Yeah, so like the buildings are physical, but the giants themselves are spectral to Vara's sight.
Yep.
We're slightly wibbly.
And you said the water's clear. We can't see any entry into there either.
Oh, you can see deep down underneath, as I just described. There is
right.
like some structural damage you can see.
I was referring to like windows or anything of this type.
A few, but nothing like at the water level.
If we get in.
And looking up is no good either.
You can see windows up near the very top of the place, but that's several hundred feet up.
I might be able
Let's
to
see
get
if
up
we-
there with Biter.
Yeah, but that's only you and I could get up there.
I could get up there.
So could I. And she takes out her potion thing.
Leaves.
It's more a
Then I
matter of
suppose we-
scouting it out than
I suppose
all
we
of
could-
us venturing there.
We could one of us could carry Vast.
Yes, is I was what's called telepathy. Telekinetic hand.
He can't lift himself.
Well, that's why if they came to it, I have my ways.
He's done it
Let's-
before. He could
let's-
just make the fucking ice flow and
Exactly.
lift himself.
Yeah, I was
Let's
just gonna
get
make an ice disc.
Let's get up close, cause see if there's any cracks that we could see, maybe make bigger or fit through. A crack to the giants is going to be quite large for us.
Aye.
Their masonry is too impressive for such flaws, unfortunately.
Oh, come now.
Garb's trying to take it the scale of this. It's just like,
If we were in the real world, a tower such as this would scrape the sky. Maybe that's why they
gestures around.
hit it. Unless you have
Possibilities.
unless you have contrary information, Flugel.
This is new to me. I don't remember this structure. Granted, when I came here, this place was still being built.
I think slipping through the mental link, Bass just kind of laughs to himself as just a private thought. It's just if the giants have built a tower tall enough to poke Rask in the eye.
That's how they administer the eye drops.
They were trying to get up
God.
there to punch him.
Vara, is the woman... has she reached the tower?
She's gone inside several minutes ago, before you guys even really started rowing.
Yeah, she
Did she
was
just-
already in here by the time we started rowing over here.
Did she just phase inside, or...?
Walked through a door down near the bottom.
The doorway down there.
There's no visible door that you can see, but the spirit did make pantomimed motions as though they were opening a door. And you can see, looking around, I could be a bit more public with this now that the surprise is gone. You are seeing the giants ending their days, gathering around what appear to be maybe fire pits, going inside buildings,
Oh, they're
speaking to one another, the mood being overall pleasant. Appears people are just winding down as the sky, as you notice, is getting darker and darker.
looks like
Whatever
they're
the case, we need to
going
move
to bed.
quickly.
Yeah.
Wait, the sky is getting darker and darker.
There's
Usually
gonna be out
it just
here.
closes because it's a fucking
Yep.
eye.
You can't see the eye, but yeah, it's slowly fading.
All right,
Well,
ride it to me.
didn't Midge tell us the absurd story of how the sun would move across the sky from one end to the other?
And the Glamourlands, yes.
How absurd.
Biter returns after a few minutes, looking a little just frustrated.
Actually,
It's closed
Can I
in. This
ask
place
Midge
is...
oh, sorry.
That's all he was going to say. What were you going to say?
I was just gonna ask Midge if this light is how it was in the Glamourlands.
Not even a little bit.
Okay.
There, everything was moving. Everything was alive. It was never this still. I don't like this place.
Aye.
He'll climb aboard Biter.
We've been making
It's
some
here and-
progress over here.
Really?
Think we could find some kind of opening up there?
I mean, there are windows right there. I could see them.
All right, take me up.
Righto. And the two of you run upwards at a diagonal line, and it doesn't take too long at his speed to reach the window. It is slightly tilted, so there's no easy space to stand on, but kind of just hovering in there. It is very dark and very cavernous inside. Your dark vision only goes so far, but you can vaguely make out what appear to be ruins of some kind, like a study. You can't help but wonder. You think this might be a wizard's tower.
Oh fuck!
He'll
Oh.
he'll communicate.
This appears to be some kind of wizard study.
Oh, that's not
All right,
good.
let's check it out.
How
Normal
big is the
wizards are-
windowsill? Is it enough? Like we could stand on it?
It is at an angle and it is very slick, smooth stone. You have a feeling if you stood on it, you'd kind of be at an angle between two different parts of it, or you'd be slipping constantly.
All right. Well, everyone is. While you get up here, I'll try to light the place up, see if there's any effect. We don't want to get ambushed of a sudden.
Indeed not.
Hildegard's
Clench
actually
his
going to turn.
fist and throw out a flare.
Okay.
Hildegard's actually going to turn
Is
to.
your accessible entrance down here?
Nope.
Ugh.
Unless you're willing to go underwater.
I can't swim.
That's
Let's see.
probably a very long way down.
Going to turn to Midge and ask, "Do you have any way to get up there, or would you rather stay with the boat?"
Oh, I don't really want to be here alone. Admittedly, I think I can get up there.
I don't
He's
think
willing to.
anyone should be here.
You can
alone
ride
right
up
now.
with me if you want.
I'd appreciate that. I'm not sure I can convince any of my friends that can fly to get me up there right now.
No, I don't think that Perryton's going to be very. agreeable
No,
to
we
that.
haven't really seen eye to eye yet.
So Vask will make a little ice flow sheet that we could stand on.
Midge has a death grip on your shoulders. You could feel her slipping a little bit on the ice, but
Hildegard's going to turn to Rogue, just deep inhale. This is going to feel weird again, but you know what to do. He nods, the beak just snaps open, and he just let that weird, like, smoke courses over Hildegard, and once more just flows back into the bird, and then it's just the bird.
Oh,
One of these days, the raven's gonna flip out a straw and just drink you.
And then just Rogue and Log will just fly up.
that's unsettling.
Yeah, she did it before, ages ago.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, she doesn't do it often because it feels fucky.
Vara, you said you have a way up, or do you want me to just carry you up?
I can drink my potion.
Do you want to use it for that, or do you want to save it?
Well,
I suppose both of us would be expending a resource.
Or I could carry all of us up. I don't
you?
think the four of us and a piece of ice is going to be over 1,000 pounds.
that is true.
Fair enough.
So once
Fair
we're
enough.
all off the boat, we'll say the command word to shrink it down to the box and take it.
all right.
Don't want any giant crickets to steal it.
What?
There's crickets! I keep hearing them, but they're not. We can't see them.
Giant invisible crickets.
I don't know. I've been playing Elden Ring's DLC. It's possible.
No.
See, the giant crickets are they are a metaphor for how dead silent this place is.
Or who knows, the giants raised enormous crickets as cattle.
I mean,
That-
we made the joke about giant terrarium before. What do you think the frog hemots eat?
I mean,
Yeah. Just imagine the giant water bugs down there. Just watching you guys
Oh,
right
God.
now.
Oh. You think no one went swimming?
You guys might actually get to fight the Leviathan from Atlantis.
Which is just a normal river crayfish.
Oh god. You know what would be more terrifying? Giant dragonfly nymphs. Those things are voracious.
Very much so.
Their jaws literally like shoot out like a xenomorphs.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
All
Up
right.
we
So,
go.
for your various means, the ice is a little wobbly due to several people standing on it. If Midge had a higher strength score, you probably would have had the risk of her dislocating your shoulder, because you realize Midge is extremely strong for how thin her arms are.
Yeah, I think Vask at like part way up is just like, okay, everyone sit down. It'll be a little more stable.
Okay.
This just raises the question of how terrifying Furbolg warriors are.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys meet one, you'll find out.
She's essentially they are essentially a non-combatant.
I mean, that's why Jetta had a nat.
Yeah, Nat was
Yeah.
technically only about half what a Furbolg's strength would be.
Yeah, she had 20 strength.
You had 20
Yeah.
strength for a creature of that size. Furbolgs have mighty builds. I'm sure if you met actual Furbolgs, like, why are you so tiny?
I think Midge did.
Yeah, Midge has actually made that statement. Midge
Yeah.
actually was exactly as strong as Jetta was in that regard.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah. You gotta watch out for the Furbolg jocks.
They
Strong
caber
as a
toss.
fucking bear.
They caber toss with one hand.
Jeez.
All right.
Um,
So you all
in we
manage to get up.
go.
It takes a few minutes, but you do manage to get up to the sill of this partially sunken wizard's tower. Garm shooting a flare in. You see what is very clearly the remains of a largely comprised of stone study. Vara,
Mm-hmm.
you see that figure standing on a partially sunken, slanted floor, standing over a chair that has fallen over and partially sunken into the water. A dead body with just bones with gold rings scattered around the arm.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Do we
Yeah,
see this?
she'll just
What?
beam it
It
into
is-
your heads as you see it, as she sees it.
Oh god. I still need to get used to that.
It's easier than trying to explain this out loud.
Oh,
Gilgard's gonna glance over and is there a skull for the body?
Yes.
Ooh.
Just gonna point and say, I could see if I could speak to the spirit, to the skull.
It's worth a shot.
Let's get over there first.
It looks like it's underwater a little bit.
Can't see how deep
love
it
it.
is.
yeah, go levitate us over to the dry, unsubmerged part of the floor.
The best you can manage in this chamber with where it is on top of the study desk, but it is slightly slanted. So there's no perfectly flat terrain to stand on. It is
Right,
awkward
but-
and wet.
It'll still support us, though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just don't get too close to the edge.
Yeah.
Far
And I'm
your
going to-
friend. Is she noticing
sorry.
us?
The eyes are tracking your movements, best you can tell.
Yeah, she'll continue like giving you like snapshots of, like, yeah, she looking at me.
Now that you're looking at her a little closer, this woman is about 100 feet tall.
Oh my god!
She's
The
gonna
Grovus
wave
is gonna
again.
like. The Grovus is gonna do like a little salute in that direction.
Yeah, do they
There's just a
react?
solemn, there is just a solemn, eyes closing nod to you. A little
but,
smile.
Aw.
What were you gonna say, Fask?
Oh, well, if the kind of seeing that they were 100 feet tall kind of knocks my question out. I was going to maybe use detect thoughts to see, but that's only a 30-foot range. Rain is out of range.
You see the woman move something behind her as she starts to crouch down. Think that she's pantomiming sitting in a chair that you see in your own realm strewn about and ruined on the ground, partially sunken into the water.
Is she wearing gold rings on her arms?
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You see her begin to what appears to be writing something on top of the desk.
Okay.
That's her body on the floor.
Oh yeah.
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 Okay, so I was the one who. Okay, came to the realization late.
It's fine.
You're good.
Hey, a delayed reaction makes me happy.
It was just
Um,
like, oh, I thought she was like walking in on the body of another giant. Like she just walked in on a murder scene. It's like, oh, this is gonna get weird.
This is the bitch I shanked. Hello.
I'm gonna do this to you in a minute.
I'm gonna
Phoebe.
pin us like pinning insects.
Is there? I know Draconic is very old as a language,
Yep.
but is there like a sign language? I guess that's like old or like rudimentary.
None that you're aware of that you know for a fact that giants would know.
Can I make like an educated guess?
You want to try? Sure.
I do. History.
All right. Sure. History check.
Cool, because we get
DC is going to be high. DC is pretty high. Okay.
Yeah.
You do not have any first-hand knowledge of any like surefire way to connect and communicate with this person beyond like your best attempts at pantomime. What exactly are you attempting to do?
That's it. I was wondering if there's any kind of like hand motions or anything that could like could get across simple ideas. Like I'm sure there's languages like that nowadays.
She was
like-
writing something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do
And
you
I'm
make
like-
any kind of hand movements, or are you just studying?
I mean, I did the salute.
Yep.
Oh man, I'm going to point in the direction she's in, and then point at us, and then like motion towards eyes. Like you see us.
There is no response. This exact moment. In between moments of appearing to write down something, which on closer inspection you cannot see an exact match to that right where she is. It is a phantom, a bit of calligraphy.
Oh, would she be sitting at this table we're standing on?
On the desk you are standing on, yeah, right at it.
Oh, then would Vara would Vara be able to judge if she'd be in range of detect thoughts range? Or telepathic speech?
You can make the attempt. They do occasionally look over at Vara exactly where they're standing, or you're standing, and there is, from what you can see, there's an element of fascination.
Okay, so telepathic speech won't work because it's creature I can see, so I'm going to use sorcery points to cast detect thoughts and try to sense thoughts.
Okay.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom, baby.
Okay.
That's the presence of thoughts within 30 feet of yourself that belong to creatures that know languages or are telepathic. You don't read the thoughts, but you know what a thinking creature is present, which then goes into the read thoughts. Going off the new detect thoughts spell.
Yeah. Okay.
That'll work, because maybe on a different plane of existence.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious
Yeah.
about.
You make the attempt, skeptical if it will actually work or not, but wanting to be sure. And they make no sign of noticing you in any capacity, and you detect no activity of any kind of any other sources of thought here.
Yeah, and what did I expect? Okay.
Like for me to attempt to communicate with through the body, or
You'd have to go down fairly deep. It looks like it's at least hard to tell even with this little light, but
Wait.
can you do that spell underwater?
Well, it doesn't say I can't.
Well,
I do.
Or you have to be able to speak though, don't you?
I can burble. It's not going to be
might
fun.
be
I
able
can
to
burble.
pull the skull out of the water if, like, telekinetically, but that might be convoluted.
It might be more than 1,000 pounds.
Yeah.
Fucking big
Yeah,
skull.
we're dealing with a kaiju here. But my first thought is,
Give me its teeth.
she is pantomiming writing, but we're not seeing any writing. Instead, he'll take out his a blade. He'll look to Vara.
Can you guide me exactly what she like? Guide me through how she is through her strokes.
Could I do that?
Yeah,
With the mental link helping.
Yeah, I'll
potentially.
She's trying to communicate clearly, and we can't see the physical results, so I can try to replicate whatever she's writing.
Okay, Vara's
Or
gonna
she's writing about this tiny little ghost that showed up.
pantomime the writing, and then look at her again. If she has a message for me, she could write it out, and then I'll tell Garm or show Garm what she's writing.
Yeah. So they look over at you. Just looking at you with this strange mix, from what you can tell, of fascination and a degree of sadness.
Oh. What I would do to speak, sir?
Then you see them look past you, over the rim of the desk, right to the spot where the dead body is. Looks back at you, nods a little bit, and begins writing anew.
And
Attempting to copy it along. I will say, make a
Woodsman's
check would
tool.
work best for here.
I was given some wood crafting tools. I'm gouging into the desk. I got the axe.
Yep.
Would this be dexterity or strength or?
A tricky one. This might require multiple rolls to get it right as quickly as possible. You do notice that she is writing a bit more slowly than before. So I will say, let's go with dexterity for this. See if you can keep up.
Well,
Hey,
Nice.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
okay. I will write out in chat what you guys encounter
Hell yeah.
as you transcribe a message from likely beyond time.
Ooh. Oh. Oh, she thinks we're ghosts?
okay.
all right, we're getting somewhere.
With that line finished, you can see it is a bit of an odd sight. There are times when the quill that they are writing with seems to be impaling Garm completely through, and he just makes no sign of noticing to your eyes. With that line finished, they look over at you as though searching for some kind of acknowledgement.
She'll do that kind of flourishing bow again and, like, hold out a hand for ask like he would if you're asking for somebody's name.
Mm-hmm. The eyes brighten
Oh.
as though they feel validated, and just suddenly this feeling of good. I'm not an idiot. I'm not crazy.
Hmm.
Do we recognize what this script is?
It is actually in a tongue you recognize.
Oh.
Ailish?
It is in the common trade tongue.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh wait. I don't know if this would work, but I do have an idea.
I want to hear it. I love ideas.
I
Yeah.
have illusionary script.
Mm.
Would she be able to see if I write back? I wonder.
You can try.
I'll wait for her to be done with her next line.
Hmm.
I knew I took that for a reason.
Oh. Oh.
Creature with true sight can read the hidden.
Wait. Callie. I mean, I also realized something that could work too. You could do illusory script, but I could also use magical tinkering to create a little box with words that appear, and have you hold it and show it to her. Then again, those would be tiny words.
I'll pop up illusionary script so you
Yeah,
can see what it says. Creature with true sight can read the hidden meanings, so if she can see me, she should be able to see this. But it's up to you if you rule that that is something that she can see or not.
You absolutely can try that and see how it goes. All right.
Oh. Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
I was wondering if she could see the strands like you could.
I guess she does possess your gift.
Another Vara. Aw.
I
There's nothing wrong there.
yes, you must communicate with her. We need to find a way out of her realm,
So
whatever this place is.
I'm going to write on the desk, as big as I can while still being able to see what I'm writing. And then illusionary script it so she might be able to see it as I'm doing it.
Okay.
What should I write, guys?
Oh god,
I'm gonna introduce myself.
Introduce yourself.
Both for the sake of memory and for the chat, for people who might rewatch this, I should do some of this not in text. The writing that you have read is, well met, little spirit. I am Hala, seer of Foregone. I have been seeing you for some time in my waking dreams. You are lost.
What is Foregone?
That's the giant city.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I recall that.
Let me see.
Yeah, we found a road sign last time, I think.
Yep.
And Flugel explained it.
All right. As the illusory script appears, the figure's hand moves down, and if it were a physical thing, likely would slam down on the desk with an immense amount of force. They lean down very closely to gaze at the script, a childlike excitement in their eyes.
Yay!
So cute.
We found you. Just the big version.
Yeah. Oh, I wish we could speak.
They lean back, just kind of looking up, shifting about a little bit, a lot of energy, a lot of internal thought, fingers tapping. Looks back and then continues to write.
Oh, damn. Just
Yep.
timeline wise. Did the fell happen before or after the giants left?
Long before.
This is so cool.
Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
Looked at her own corpse, right?
Seemed that way.
So she must know.
Maybe.
You're speaking to giant, Vara. That is the first. If this has happened in centuries.
There is so much I wish to say. I have seen you flit about the sky in your little ship for many winters, all alone.
Oh,
Oh, she can't
What?
see you!
No, she hasn't
Can't
been
see you at
responding to any
all.
of us.
so
Yeah.
our rowing up above to her, from her point of view, was years.
She also said we were in the sky, so she does
Yes.
not.
Yeah,
She does not see
No,
the water.
yeah, she doesn't see the water.
She
Oh,
she may even see this place as it should be, rather than it, as it is.
Yeah, like she did open that door down below.
And she see all of us, Vara.
I wonder if she can only see you because you can see her, or
this-
Yeah,
It
the
may
link
be.
to
It may be your gift that connects you.
Yeah.
exactly.
the
Your
others couldn't
ability to see
me.
into different times.
The others couldn't see me either, I don't think. They were confused.
A rare talent, then.
But she is a seer like yourself.
Hmm.
We may be communicating then with a seer, this version of her from another time. A time where her city is not fallen.
What should I say to this?
Address it plainly. We are trapped in a sort of limbo.
we see your land not as you do.
But ruin. Untamed wild magic.
Drowned.
Here, I'll phrase it the best I can.
so cool.
I will say that for, again, the video recording, it hasn't been but a day
Yep.
for me. I am trapped in a magical limbo, and I believe we are looking at each other through time itself.
Hmm.
The response
Darn.
is brief. What else have you seen?
Huh?
Darn. Go lift her up. Just be like, show that you're not alone. Just something starts manhandling you. Stupid.
If Jenna were here.
I wonder...
Right.
How should I respond to that? Oh my god.
Um,
What is the
Tell
most
the
delicate
truth.
way that I can say that I'm looking at your dead body right now?
I'll type one out.
Maybe that you're looking at the town long after it has fallen. Because eventually everything crumbles.
Beneath the waters.
Are you plagued by waking dreams as I am?
oh my god!
From our perspective, this place is ruined, sunken.
Maybe even I am not alone, but you cannot see my companions.
Yeah.
She seemed to notice at least my salute. That seemed to get a reaction from her.
Don't think.
I also
I
did a
wasn't
gesture
sure on that.
before that.
True,
Mhm.
true. Hmm.
Sorry, I'm typing stuff out. I'm just...
All
you're
good.
good.
This is fine.
It's all good. This is a unique scenario. The rest of you, you're just standing in an extremely dark, very large, empty room.
Necrobus is like nervous. Well, not nervous, but like excited energy that they just can't spend at the moment. It's like, oh, this.
Everyone else keep an eye out.
So I'll say that again. My ship sails on water high above you, and I see your city ruined. I would come closer to you if I could. And yes, my dreams are plagued, as are my waking hours. This is super cool.
It is.
If we could go back to the Sapphire Citadel, they'd be fucking fascinated.
Oh, they'd be
Uh-huh.
losing their
They
minds.
flip their shit.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't tell them because I was like, oh boy, I need to wander into this. Oh god!
Oh, yeah, that'd be terrible.
Foghemoth Chow.
You know how scientists are.
You have two on your team.
Hey. Yeah.
You know
come
how
on.
scientists are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you
Don't
want to
worry.
communicate? You want to break the rules of time and space? Oh boy!
Let me just add something to that.
Absolutely.
This would be a perfect chance to... Ah, I could... I could twist time just the right way.
How about not? Quite frankly, I'm surprised this already hasn't had consequences.
I
It's
mean,
happening without
there
any
might have been
like,
consequences. They
time
just
None
we
that
wouldn't
we
know
know
about
of.
it because they erased them before they did it.
None that we know of yet.
Right. See, Vasquez just thinking, it's like, comments like that, Necromus, are why I still have not asked you to help me get into Orvatz's pocket laboratory.
Oh my god!
All right. My ship sail on water high above you. I see your city ruined. I come closer. Okay.
I'm not supposed to break things. I
The
just
face grows somber.
No, he's. I'm sorry.
Face grows somber and just looks away for a moment. Appears to sigh.
There's there. I don't know. She can probably see my face and make out my expressions. There's a very compassionate look on her face. She probably understands that I'm looking at you and I can also see that you are dead. It's not a great thing to tell anybody, but
Test results are in, dead person. Diagnosis, terminal.
God, now I really want to activate the fucking spirit and then say, yo, do you remember a talker? Remember little magic girl from, 8 centuries ago?
Yeah, the little pixie.
God, yeah, I can just imagine from her point of view how far she has to lean down to read this and how little I am.
Yeah, you're talking with a kaiju essentially.
Yeah.
God, now I really want to do it to the spirit. Just tell it, like, yeah, we talked to you like 8 minutes apart our time. And just watch the ghost have a fucking conniption.
Yeah,
Hmm?
it's Lorna talking to Minerva.
Oh my god, it is.
In the end I see is truth. Our doom certain. Or is fate still unbound when you dwell?
That's
Oh.
complicated.
Let me see here.
Well, you see many paths, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It's hard to say how fluid time is at this moment.
Vara sees branches and paths, things that could happen. Maybe. Is there? This might sound like insanity, but could we warn them of their doom and give some of them a chance to escape?
Sounds
Would
like
that be?
their seer is aware.
Yes, but if she knows, maybe there's
She
something.
knows.
He will put a hand on Necrobos' shoulder.
I understand what you're trying to do.
Oh.
That's interesting.
The opinion of one can rarely sway the course of an entire civilization.
Oh, jeez.
Barry, that seems very familiar to your whole hyper focus on your own deaths.
Yeah.
She'll absently say over her shoulder, it's like, yeah, it just helps
Sucks,
to focus.
don't it?
It helps to focus on one thing, to not be overwhelmed. It's just, unfortunately, the easiest thing is myself.
If we have a chance to save some of their lives, even if it doesn't work, we should at least try.
Carlos, their seer sees all this. This is not new to them.
No, but having confirmation and somebody on this other side who knows
That only she can see when they haven't taken her.
Still, if there is a slight possibility that we could save,
I'm not arguing against that fact. It's just I don't think it's going to be easy.
Or even if we did save anybody, we'd never see the result.
that doesn't matter.
No, I mean, we wouldn't know. I'm not saying not to try. I'm just saying you wouldn't know.
Maybe.
We need to find a way out of here.
Of course.
We're dealing with uncertainties here, but we know for a fact that we're needed back up there.
Yes, and we're currently stuck here unless she can help us. She may try to help us if she can. Should we not do the same? This is mostly the Garb, because he's the one who seems to be the most, like...
We'll go over to Vara.
Tell her next, I'll just give her the rundown of what's happened. We tried to skirt around Forgone and ended up in this strange limbo.
I think I already told her that we're trapped in the magical limbo here.
Hey.
Oh, that's out of the character. I think I already said that.
Yeah.
This is the most focused you've seen Vara for a while, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I mean, how many other people like you has she met?
None.
Aside from Dimly?
Aside from Dimly, yeah. And even Dimly is just a bit different.
Yeah. He's a divination professor. He doesn't have the affliction.
He had visions, but nowhere near the level that Vara does.
Yeah.
The most detailed one he made was telling Jeddah that she was going to eat a sandwich later.
And that she did.
He was right. 100% accuracy.
Well,
Now, did you do that because Dimly told you would do it, or because you have free will?
I'm punched in the face.
Through time and space.
Not Garm. DC is face.
Go ahead, you'll lose. Not because I'll fight, but I'll be the winner in the end from the emotional damage.
Oh no! I am defeated already!
A spirited duck could beat me.
To be fair, watercolor.
I'm busy speaking to a ghost right now, Kitty.
Come bother Nora!
Temporal ghost.
Technically, we're the ghosts here.
We're all ghosts, technically. We're ghosts talking to ghosts.
Hauntings are just temporal echoes.
Mhm.
You joke, but I'm pretty sure that's
I've seen a comic
plot
about
point.
that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
All the different people who were ever at the same spot at once, thinking they were seeing ghosts.
I'm pretty sure that's a plot point in Doctor Who.
Most things are a plot point in Doctor Who at this point in time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Whole
what I'm
lifetime worth of plot points there.
It's great.
The original Cybermen were a lot creepier than the modern day ones.
All right. Laura, a kindred spirit. How I wish we had met in our own time. It might have eased both of our burdens.
Oh, no.
Can she see soccer? That's the important question.
I mean, familiars are from the ethereal plane. If you have true sight, you can see into it.
I mean, she hasn't asked about the weasel constantly war dancing on her hat, so
It's like, no, I
Soccer's
get it.
doing-
I too have a giant weasel.
Soccer's actually the one communicating, doing very complicated body movements.
God.
He's
just on
literally
a hat
jumping
doing
into the air and
semaphore.
making letters with his back and legs and tail.
Oh my god.
Oh my
I was just imagining
Like
him
that scene
doing
in
like
Lego
semaphore.
Batman.
Yes.
Yes.
I love this lady.
Ew. Oh my god.
Yes.
I love you,
First you
Hella.
meet a giant dragon at a time, now you meet your giant self.
My giant soul.
Paula, Bara.
My sister from another timeline. I mean, have you ever seen pictures of Neanderthals? It's like, I would eat oranges with this guy.
I eat oranges with this guy.
I play office league softball with him.
I
Looks
just
like
know
he'd be
he would
really
love-
good at line driving.
I know he would love Minecraft.
This guy looks like he pets cats.
well, once he stops being afraid of them. So what'd she do with it, baby Sabretooth?
I pet it. Look at it.
If it would eat me, then why friend shaped?
Like bears.
But
Yeah,
I am
so-
delicious and a snack, so
At how lost brother Ugg tried to pet bear.
I have seen our doom for many winters. They do not believe me. I am not sure I believe me some days. I hope finally meeting you would bring a promise of better times.
Mm. Oh.
We ourselves are trying to avert disaster in our time.
She is right there. We can do nothing.
Sorry, it's a long message that I'm.
You're good.
Yeah.
Well, wait. Do you think Vass could just like kind of sit down and start like kind of try to silently meditate? I know detect thoughts don't work, but he's just kind of try to open himself up to the weird vibes of this place.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we're not attacked by giant rats.
You mean normal-sized rats?
Rodents of normal size.
Rodents of average
They'll be
size.
attacking errants of minuscule size.
God.
Necrobus is like,
Oh God, we're the
Pulled out.
borrowers in this situation.
I mean, I actually crunched the numbers. It's like, so if a giant had, it's like, so if a giant of this height had a pet fancy rat, that would be the size of a dog. You visit a giant friend and there's a rat sitting on top of your chest,
Necrobus is
smothering
like
you.
pulled out a notebook and is like furiously writing things in it.
All right.
So they're like full brain. Their mind is going full in on like temporal stuff at the moment. Like they don't know what they can do, but there's like, God, if I could do something, I could save lives, but I can't because people. Nah.
You know what would get us probably a lot of good credit at the Citadel? If we could go dive down and get one of those gold rings.
I thought. It's like,
And the ring that's as tall as we are.
they've
That's a lot of
studied
gold.
as much as they can chronomancy, which is not a lot, to be fair, but just like writing down what they do know, like just trying to find something.
Aw. Mara's
All right.
found a friend.
No one believes me when I say the important things either. I just try my best and some listen. Even some is better than none. You may yet convince at least a few. I am sorry I can't bring more joyful tidings, but I hope at least meeting me has brought some light to you. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Figure just becomes introspective for a moment, just finger covering the lips and thumb on the chin. Lost in thought.
I feel that.
Hmm? Eventually, they look over at you again. The eyes, it's hard to tell given their spectral nature, but they appear brighter than before.
Oh.
Does Varna have sending?
I don't think
Oh,
I took sending. No.
God.
Okay.
That could break some shit if you tried to cast sending to her.
Yeah, because sending can technically, you can send a message across any distance and even to another plane of existence, but it has a 5% chance to fail if it's on a different plane.
I mean, I don't know if
I
this is
have
a plane
contact
thing.
other plane. I could just go comatose.
Oh, yeah. Wait, could this be who you were contacting all those times?
That would be funny.
Don't break my
Like
brain.
after trying to warn her she dies or transcends or whatever, and then it's like, all right, little spirit, I'm going to amass a following or power and help you in the afterlife. That would be funny.
I could fucking do that, because technically she's on a different plane of existence because she's dead.
That's true. Wow.
That is up to VV though. I'm fine doing it this way and doing that later. That might even be a thing Vara does when she's gonna sneak away and do it by herself.
Hey,
Hooray!
feel free to try. You have attempted it at least once since your last long rest, so there's a bit more risk of things getting weird.
Yeah, I'm not
Teenage
going to do it for a
rebellion.
while. She's smarter than trying to do that twice in that short a time because it'll rip her head, it'll rip her brain apart.
Don't want to see what comes crawling through the.
Also, that
I think that's like an actual threat in the Call of Cthulhu game, right? The RPG. You could literally become a mental portal for things from beyond if you become aware of them.
yeah. There's at least one module I know of that if you fuck up enough, you think Azathoth into existence and everything just dies.
Whoops.
Wow.
I was just messing around with my imagination and things got real.
They're just literally Ghostbusters.
It might be.
Yeah.
Choose the
Little
form
bit.
of the destructor.
I think Azathoth into being, but he's just a giant marshmallow man.
It
Alright.
just goes with the whole time.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
It's all good. More than you know. We are both lost. The least I can do is provide what guidance I can. My body truly lays broken below you. Take my rings. They were made by my grandmother to aid my focus. They have pointed my people and myself through many a danger. I hope they can do the same for you.
Right.
Can you ask her if they change size?
It's a little.
It's just it's trying to hold like 20 pounds of metal underwater. No.
Yeah, if you stack those rings on top of each other, you could turn that into your own wizard tower.
Garm is gonna go over to the table ledge, drop a flare down, and glimpse those rings.
They are there, still in remarkably good shape. Not corroded, just kind of strewn about the giant arm bones.
Alright.
I could send Loud down. You could touch one and see if it changes size.
Go ahead.
I could send Blub to help as well. I
Just,
don't think he
just
needs
look,
to breathe.
just look at the bird. Like, would you like to go see if the shiny changes size?
Sure.
Okay.
Or I
Flutters
could
down
just turn one of us
towards the
into a
light.
jack crab again.
We'll send Loud down to tap a ring to see if it changes size. His familiars can use magical objects.
Alright, so Lauk flies down, nestles on what parts of the giants of Hala's body are above the water line. Kind of tippy-tappies his way towards the water's edge. And dives in. Through your connection, you send him swim up to the rings. They are big, covered in runes that to a being of Hala's size would look microscopic. Intricate and covering the entire thing. Appearing to be made of some kind of solid gold-like material, but it's hard to say.
They have runic programming lines.
Yeah. She's
He
actually gonna make
touches
a-
to it, pecks it for a moment, and there is no change.
She's gonna ask if he'd like stick a leg through the ring to see if that activates it.
He swims through a few of them. No change.
Well, then she's gonna ask him to come back. Then just
And
shakes
he
her
does.
head. Just shakes her head. It won't change for him in any case.
How far down
She'll-
are they, judging by how long he had to swim?
You could touch the top of them like 10, 15 feet down, you think?
Oh, Well, shit.
Maybe 20.
Vast then just floats down and with the just. I can reach that far with my telekinesis.
Oh, okay.
Are they
She
light
will-
enough for you to pull them up, though?
They are
One by
not.
one, probably.
Gold is quite
Ooh.
heavy.
It's gold-like, but
Mm.
yeah. Okay, she's going to dry off her burb then.
Let me see. My
Wait,
con
is
isn't my
there
shit
enough-
stat. So I should be able to hold my breath enough to go down there myself.
10, 15 feet's not too bad.
No. And I'll
Can also
tire
put the-
her out of the way.
That's to touch them. Like to actually get to where like you can swim within them. Probably have to go down a little deeper, but you think it's doable.
I could turn either myself or someone else into a crab again.
I think I'll just try to dive and see what happens. It might be something that I have to activate myself.
Yeah,
God,
the magic may
from-
only respond to you.
From her point of view, she's going to see the little spirit jump off the desk and begin swimming around her fucking shit.
It's gonna look like I'm flying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna look like messing around in a Gmod server.
A little
Just-
bit.
Just gonna
I'm gonna-
watch her just double over laughing.
I'm gonna shrug my my outer robe off. And
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
her undershirt and whatever, and she will go swimming. And
Okay.
Imagine her surprise if I cast Polymorph on Vara to turn her into the crab instead.
Good lord. Terrifying.
I am keeping
Alright.
up the flare so she is not ambushed in the dark.
Yeah, it is pitch black down there without that flare. So it is.
Oh, that is something I could do. I create little floating bits of ice and cast light on it. That float
True.
on the top.
All right.
And
You make your
Hildegard
way
will-
down. It's a decent jump. Go ahead.
Hildegard will keep an eye out, just making sure nothing's jumping at her.
Make a perception check.
I'm going to do my advantage hack again. Let's see if Roll20 punishes me for it.
17.
Somewhat.
Okay.
17.
All right.
Oh my
You looking around, you see Bar splashed into the still water, disturbing it significantly. Her tiny, tiny little body in this giant ruined chamber. You don't see anything moving, as best you can tell. Vara, with the light provided by the flares and the light spells, the scope of the depth of this place is an immediate and shocking rush. Looking in one direction, you can see the staircase leading down towards the base of the tower, and it is just an almost impossible to fathom amount of distance that your eyes are able to see. Miles, it feels like. An abyss. And yet, you swim forward, approaching the rings. You swim up. Place your hand upon the closest one to you. Massive thing. You could build a house within it.
Jeez.
And you just slowly see those little carvings begin to move and glow. Spinning and shrinking and moving up your own arm.
boy,
Going
Yeah.
from about the wrist to the elbow.
That'd have been like a bequeathing thing.
They begin to lock into place, connecting to one another in a more complicated pattern than they may have appeared to be able to do before.
Oh.
You can feel a connection. A warm, pleasant one at that, but a distant one with a finality to it and a sadness.
no.
You and Hala are connected across time. She has granted you her astromancy archive.
Holy shit! Once that's done, she's gonna splash upwards and climb back on the desk. Prestidigitation a little bit to, dry herself off as much as she can.
Yeah, help out.
Oh yeah,
Help
that
warm
water's
up.
very cold, so yes.
Shrug her robe back on.
Hala smiles and quickly writes, "It fits you well."
She smiles back and she sees that she's writing again, so she's gonna wait.
Yep. May it bring you clarity as it has for me.
Boy.
There has to be something.
What is it capable of?
You'll find out.
BB,
Mm-hmm.
I have studied as much as I can on the topic. But there's, it doesn't work because the spells are not, allowed by God. I mean, it's a goddess of time, right?
Yes, Sekla, yeah.
Exactly. But this place is full of primordial magic.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in my studies that, potentially could work here that wouldn't work elsewhere?
You have no idea.
Ah! Do I have any kind of spells that, this is technically how this should work, but it doesn't work?
I don't know.
Go ahead, do it.
It's one of the great joys of being a DM. It's like, I don't know, but you could fucking try it.
Fuck around, and find
I love
out.
it.
Fuck around.
I
find
would-
out.
Right.
Find out.
So with your
fucking
response,
What?
so with that response, thank you. Is there anything I can do for you, even in this time beyond? There's a much warmer, more calm smile than before, as though they're confident that they've done the right thing,
Oh.
more so than before.
I really love this.
Same. This is really cool.
The player is thinking shitty thoughts. She's like, "See, Vask, mine didn't even attack me.
What? Oh,
My glove didn't attack me before it."
yeah. I even had the thought. It's like, oh, so now I'm not the only one with sketchy jewelry. But then as it went on, it's like, oh, wait, no, you got the good end of this one.
Yours
Yeah.
has flesh.
Yeah, Vara, why does your contact from another plane not try and break your brain?
We talked about it. I have one too. He's just kind of an asshole.
You already have. Oblivion is never certain. As you have, I will not lay down and wait for it. Goodbye, Var, little sailor of the skies. I'm blessed to have known you across all this time.
That is a fucking title right there.
Oh my god!
Little
Aw.
Sailor of the Skies.
Oh
with that, she'll make her own farewell on the desk. And leave a little note that says, let me see here. Let me just type it.
Yep.
VV.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hell.
You're projecting Vara onto her, aren't you? A Vara who's all alone, has no friends.
No, shut
No.
up.
0 friends!
I just imagine DZ as he's saying this, just with a magical knife, is twisting it in the air, laughing.
You see the moment of Hala's death.
No.
No.
This is bad end,
Oh.
Vara. A bad
Shut
end.
up. Oh my god.
You could argue it's good end.
There.
All right. I'll remember you all my days and be glad I came here. Hala rises up, thinks for a moment, advances down, the spirit just submerging into the water without disturbing it. As they go down, this time, they fade from even your sight.
And she'll say, she's gone. I can't see her anymore. And then she'll look at the thing more closely on her wrist as we're probably ascending and going back to the boat outside.
Yeah, there's no real flat terrain here for you guys to be able to set up camp or anything, unfortunately.
But that's funny. I could probably levitate those of us that we need to using the rowboat size of the folding boat and then expand it once we get down.
Probably could.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
You-
it specifically says a rowboat can be carried and weighs 100 pounds. So yeah.
Easily.
Laura, are you alright?
She'll look at you and kind of like give a weird lopsided smile. And go, yeah, why wouldn't I be? I just made a friend.
Oh.
Hildegard's just gonna give her a light, pat on the shoulder. Just
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Perhaps that has the key to getting out of here.
I'll have to.
If she was a divination wizard like you, perhaps we could find. Perhaps that could help us find a way out.
Probably. I'd have to look at it more closely.
Do we try to find another tower that's sticking up or a rooftop that's sticking up?
That is easy
Or
to do.
we might be able to camp on the keel boat. If we really needed to. Don't
Looking
think we'd want
around.
to start a fire on our paper boat, but
Probably not a good idea, no. There are plenty of building roofs that, from what you can see, especially from up high in the tower top, what little light is left, there are ones that are not collapsed and clearly could provide some shelter.
That one.
All right. Finding a suitable place, descending down and reassembling the boat. You make your way over. And even though the Rambler is not there and none of its supplies contained within are accessible at the moment, you set up a camp.
You just take the Rambler out of its vase, and we just lightly shake open the door.
Got some tiny whittle pieces of firewood.
Yeah. Our personal packs were in the Rambler, were they?
No,
In the
you would have
tower.
anything that you normally carry with you. You would have had.
Okay, so I only have
Ration
some
time.
rations.
Lunch on rations.
Yeah.
There's no real like dry wood around here to start a fire with, so unless y'all were carrying firewood in your personal pack, you're gonna have to go cold and dark tonight.
Technically
That's what
speaking,
prestidigitation is for.
couldn't I light myself on fire?
I light
It seems
myself
like a
on fire
bit of-
to keep you warm.
Seems a bit
Like,
extra, but okay.
I mean, like,
You
that's
take
a
off
thing
your.
that's a thing that Black Dragonborn do.
Yeah, Black
Right?
Dragons specifically are able to do that. If you tried to do that too long, your scales are not nearly as strong as the full-grown
True,
dragons
true.
are.
You know what? Wait, can you? Basky's just like, I've seen other people use the spell, so maybe you can do it with your artificy. Can you put
What's
your
that?
armor down and then heat metal so we can use it as a grill?
No!
Oh, that is woof.
That is funny.
God, I love that actually.
He still has the greatsword on him, and the Hero Forge design I gave it was a very big flat blade. So,
Yeah,
how desperate you want to grill?
I built
Alright.
this with my own two hands and my own mind! It's
Yeah,
So that
since
should
you're not
be
willing to
able
do
to
it,
stand up
I'll
to
volunteer
some
this
heat,
sword.
it's
should be able to
not
stand
a
up to some heat,
grill!
right?
What?
All right. Then it should be able to stand up to some heat, right? Yeah, Vasquez getting a good laugh at this.
You have not seen them this angry.
Oh, man.
Oh wow! Whoops.
All right.
I mean, it's like going to Vask and being like, "Hey, you know those experiments you've been doing? Why don't we just like
Eat them.
dump them onto the floor?"
Yeah,
and
he,
use
he
them-
would want to watch what happens. But
Yeah,
that
this
was a-
you should consider this stress testing. You should be happy for my
I
health.
have survived being doused in acid.
Right, that's caustic protection. What about thermal protection?
I can survive. It can survive heat. I lived in a mine.
while they're arguing, I'm going to go over to the horse.
Oh no, this.
Not
there's
horse
no
any longer.
argument
Damn, that was a
because that would-
microaggression.
That would imply two sides to it. This
Yep.
is just
Going,
Vasquez as
I go
shit.
over to my dog.
So it occurs to me, in this new unleashed form of yours, do you still need to eat?
No, I've never really needed to. I just like to.
So all those rations I've been giving you,
We're delicious.
Jesus.
well, I still have some for you,
Thank you.
since in lieu of anything proper to hunt.
Yes, this place is dreadfully quiet. Don't like any of it.
I,
I'm a hound of Gortog, and here I am imprisoned in a veil.
He'll give his the daily share of rations to the fucking dog.
Fucking dog.
Aw.
He eats it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So this is a stupid question.
Mhm.
Without breaking the great sword, even though he's got a very nice axe now, would I be able to use Sorcerer's Burst, the cantrip, and just use fire to heat up the blade?
I don't. I can
It-
breathe fire.
But it's a cantrip.
While you technically could raise its temperature up, the amount of time to heat up a big, thick hunk of metal to do that would require you to
6
basically
seconds at a
cast that
time.
cantrip on repeat for like an hour every 6 seconds.
Yeah, this is why I'm thinking I might need to, when I get a next cantrip, is maybe create bonfire might be on the list.
Yeah.
I can breathe fire.
But do you have kindling to potentially keep a fire going is the question.
Yeah,
That is a
that's
good point.
I'll look to the closest thing we have to a druid in the party.
It's like Midge
What,
just...
Midge?
Yeah. Midge has just been very quiet, largely since the giant encounter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've really got anything like that. I can make... Yeah, all I can really do is make light and berries.
What kind of berries?
Are they good?
Yes. I had
I'll have to keep
kindling
that in
maybe, but...
mind. In case we're stuck here longer, we could use those good berries. In the meantime, though, let's just try to get some rest. Set up watches. I don't trust this place enough.
Oh,
We're
no.
on like a little rooftop, essentially, right?
You are on a rooftop surrounded by quite literally a sea.
Rooftop Island.
Again, he is paranoid.
Yeah. No.
You would be less
that
paranoid if we were in an actual forest.
That wasn't disagreement. That was like, what is our fucking watch situation like?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck. Mm.
I'll take first watch.
All right, that's a watch selected. Is anybody else going to volunteer?
Necrobus will do a watch.
Okay.
Yeah, Vesk will take a watch during the... He doesn't have dark vision, but he can listen.
Vara's gonna be looking at this thing on her wrist now.
And I think if Raven was here, he'd say that the birds would probably be on Overwatch all night, as normal.
As they usually are, yes.
Is Midge taking a watch, or?
Midge is going to rest, I think.
That's fair.
Oh, yes. Can I set my watch next to Vesk's? I would like to have a private discussion.
You can, yeah, if you're all right with that. Whatever order you guys want to do them in.
Mm-hmm.
The birds will assist.
Listen in.
Mm-hmm.
Little birdie told Hildegard.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they're discussing. Glad to see you back, Raven. They're discussing a night watch order. I know the birds usually provide Overwatch, but you wanted in on that or not, it's up to you.
Yeah, she definitely would.
Okay.
She'd probably take like first or second. Well, no, with her night vision, she should probably take the darkest hour.
Okay. So that'll put you like right dead in the middle towards the end. Okay. That's 4 of you that have elected for watches.
Would this be perception or survival?
All right. It'd be perception. You're looking around. Nine. Okay.
Would I be rolling as well?
Well, it's not your turn yet.
Okay.
All right. Place is just so uncomfortably still, and knowing that there are bones of your demigod brethren below you, not to mention their spirits that Vara could see clear as day, just moving around like nothing changed. It's disquieting.
Yeah.
Nothing about this place is comfortable. I feel like if you wandered off here, no one would ever find you. There's nothing about this place that is safe.
Yeah, and I imagine, would you say this place is more or less desolate than the Garmer Plains?
More.
Mm.
Oh fuck!
Because at least there, you know, there's things around.
Spider is just perched up on top of kind of the edge, little like window parapet on top of the roof, and just looking out at everything.
S- The place where you roam up in the sky, is this anything like it?
No,
In terms of how...
not even a little bit. Not alone there. Skies are crowded. No, contrary to belief, we don't hunt most stars. Most of them are quite content with their lot.
Not so.
Aye.
I always had a question in mind for you.
Speak.
Whether that is, well, ever since the loss of your sister to the Black Beast, has that cut into your numbers at all? Because, astral though you may be, you are still wolves. Every hunt carries danger. How do you keep up your numbers?
Oh, that's what your orders are for.
Really now?
Gotog's chosen. His most valiant, his most esteemed, those who prove themselves worthy. They're given the choice to join him. I was probably a man once just like you.
Oh,
Really, you don't really remember it, though.
That is interesting.
Look over to the sleeping form of Hildegard.
Perhaps the ravens are like you. Once men, but can only remember it in dream.
I don't know about them. Part of me feels like I should be a little bit more watchful of them than I am.
Oh, believe me, I worry. Especially with the discussion we had earlier of gods, foreign gods.
I don't know enough to act. They are nothing I know. Or Gortog knows. I've received no such order to go after them. Understand, though, that if I do,
I know,
I will.
believe me. Several times now I have had to confront the possibility that any one of my traveling companions could stray. I could stray. That's why we have to hold each other accountable.
What is straying to you, if I can ask?
Losing ourselves. Acting contrary to what we once were. Becoming something too dangerous. I have been enjoying this high of sorts. The liberation of embracing rather than rejecting my nature, but I'm not naive enough to think that I am forever free of struggle. I I can't speak for tomorrow.
The only one who possibly can is your friend over there.
She sees too many tomorrows.
Well, then you get to pick the one you want to move toward. Whatever straying means to you. Or whatever it doesn't. Just remember what I told you. There's great clarity in an oath.
I have that to cleave to, at least. Not
See to it that
many
at
are
the
so
very
lucky.
least you don't stray from that.
Speaking of which, I must address a concern.
He'll get up and for the change of watch for Vask. Just kind of lightly nudge him awake.
He starts glowing when you nudge him.
He'll look down at the glove.
I gotta stop volunteering for middle shifts or middle watches. He grouches, but he does sit up and like prestidigitations his warm. His hands warm.
Yeah, you're sitting up, and as you sit up, he sits down next to you.
How's the glove?
And he like kind of pauses and looks at it because he was like warming his hands. He's like not even realizing. He goes, it's like one. Hardly notice it anymore.
You would tell me if something was wrong, would you?
An aside, I can't remember. Did he inform him that it's embedded? Because I know he told.
As far as I know, you haven't.
He told Vara and
Yeah.
Hildegard, I think, right?
Yep, just them and Flugel knows, by extension.
Yeah, you pointedly have not told him because you've been afraid of how he might react.
That's right. He goes. Sometimes I'm a better liar. My poker face is better, but you know me enough that you can see my tails, huh?
So are you concerned?
Kind of glad is Biter still awake and watching?
Spider's just looking out ahead, yeah.
Okay, and I'm sure he can hear. But just, I guess that might be. And Vask will just kind of silently like look down and like show that after a point he can't pull the glove, and this gauntlet like glove that he can't pull it off after a point. It's talked to Vara and Hildegard about it. Vara inspected it, but she could. And it's he taps the gem. It's implanted itself.
Fellstone does grow.
You are so gravelly, I can barely hear you. I'm not trying to criticize your hearing, but I have your volume maxed out. I can barely hear you over the music, and I feel bad.
I'll turn the music down.
No, it wasn't that. It was just I'm kind of partially hard of hearing, so lower registers kind of are naturally hard for me to hear.
I'll try to
Fair.
enunciate more clearly.
Sorry.
No
No worries.
problem.
That's a very valid thing to mention.
Yep.
I see. It's growing then.
I wouldn't say growing. I'd say it grew. I've been keeping a pretty close eye on it. Just He does kind of trail off.
The fact that it hasn't killed you is remarkable.
It tried. You saw that.
Yes,
But
but if
I
it's
am
not
the one in
trying
control of it now.
for now. Well, that's the thing about Fellstone, about Fellspawn. They don't remain stagnant. They evolve. They change. Does that concern you
I
at
am
all?
aware. I'm probably, I don't want to insult you, but I'm probably the most aware person of it.
I do you think it? Do you think it might get worse?
By itself, I don't think so. Not unless I tamper with it or something else tampers with it. But as it is, I think I have it completely under my control. But as you said, that is subject to change with time. Nothing is stagnant except this blasted place.
I
Freezes a little like shapes water a little disc of ice and just telekinetically skips it across the lake.
I don't like it. Change is a part of nature. Change is inevitable. So like I was discussing with Biter, I too feel confident in where I am, what I am, but that may change.
May
You
I be
see,
blunt? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I want to stay true on this path we're on, but you've seen how dangerous it can be when I stumble.
May I be blunt for a moment?
I
I mean no insult to you or him, but I think you are doing a disservice to the both of you if you think what happened to Louisant will happen to you.
He was a victim of extraordinary circumstance, yes, but
But the fact is, he was a paragon of your kind for many, many years, holding himself to the standard, and in the end, he was broken of it. I understand that fear. I feel it myself.
I I think that's one of the things I'm most afraid of. The isolation, the hatred. I can get used to that, but the
It is
fear.
a comforting place to find yourself in. I won't lie.
My greatest concern is that I will lose control of my own destiny.
Yeah, I didn't really give much of any thought about destiny really until I, kind of nods in Var's direction.
Nor
Until I
I.
met her, and then that gelatinous bastard under Hallow Hall showed up.
Incredible magic aside, I see destiny as no more than the product of our actions. Lusant, and I saw how he lost himself at the end. In his shoes, I would want someone to respect me enough to put me down at least, so I don't
The way
hurt
we
anyone
did for
else.
him.
Yeah. Even if that wasn't the plan, I saw him tear apart Jeddah, and I saw red. I had every intention of sparing him, and still instinct took over.
I don't know how much of him was left after Shemaeus. So that's going to say it out loud. He's not sure if Necrobus is awake or not, but he goes, I don't know if how much of him was left after what he needed was taken from him, but I
Vask, I
did
don't
not know
sleep.
him long. But yeah, I know. We sleep in the same camp. It's not that hard. Come on.
Remembering how and he thinks back to how Lusant patted him on the head as he went down.
There was just enough left of him. Do appreciate it.
Exactly. I can't remember. He wasn't like part of Garm's order, right? He
No, he was an
aware of-
older, different order.
Yeah, right. 'Cause I know he wasn't part of your order, but he understood the struggle you go through.
Maybe he became a hound.
No way of knowing.
Yeah.
Well, contact other plane, but as you said, it has risks.
Everyone wants far to break her mind.
For
Just like once a week.
Hey, Vara, can you contact my grandmother for me? I want to tell her she's a bitch.
Oh God, that's why Vara ran away from home.
Kind of.
He's been looking ahead mostly, but he'll look Vask in the eye.
Uh-huh.
I
He's been smoking his pipe. Like,
I don't ever want to become something I would destroy. You understand?
I do. Vask does kind of glance at Fighter for a second, see if he's paying attention to this.
he is just looking out ahead, just at the stillness of it all.
So could you promise me that, Vask?
I think so. Yeah. If he kind of does this like dark chuckle, he goes, "No, this is a little messed up, man." But I get it. It's for my own sake too. Should I increasingly become more like Ichabod? You put a stop before I can become a threat like him or Orvax.
I can do that.
No. He kind of like laughs again, kind of deflecting. He goes, "No, I'm not saying, lop my head off if you start seeing me mutate a bit, because that's just something that I've been fully expecting to happen, honestly, by this point over my life. But it's just, by my actions, you should know if I'm too far gone. If I start, if the innocent start becoming this,
Yeah.
if I experiment on anyone except myself,
I'll hold you to that then.
I know you won't agree with what I may someday make of myself, whatever that may be. And this time he does look over to Biden and goes, "This goes for you too."
One ear flex.
I am ravenous, just like they are, but my hunger is for knowledge. And maybe a little bit for vengeance. You can't fault me for that, but I
Ray
truly
infest
don't
us.
desire to hurt. I, I truly don't desire to hurt anyone except for that one man, and maybe the Reich a little bit. But you gotta give me a little leeway there.
Aye.
I was made a monster when I was a child, and a monster I shall continue to be.
Perhaps if I were someone else, I would insist that you are not a monster, but
He just shapeshift his hand to the werewolf claws.
who am I to talk?
Well, just maybe consider a little bit of worry for our friend, but given enough time, I think our friend kind of nods to Hildegard's direction. She might be along with us, depending how
Of
her.
course. I do worry for her. I worry for you. I worry for almost everyone here.
Almost.
He doesn't worry about Biter. Biter's well adjusted. He's got
Yeah.
life figured out.
Fighters will adjust.
He's already he's had his story. He just said this is his afterlife.
Mhm.
This is New Game Plus for him.
Amazing.
That time I reincarnated as a star doggo.
That's my first
Oh
soda.
no.
But
Oh god, he's literally a sparkle dog.
yes, he is.
Uh,
But yeah, it was like,
We each walk a perilous road. That's why we have to look out for each other, hold each other accountable. We understand better than most.
Of course. Now, partially, I am going to say this is kind of selfish, and this goes for you as well, Biter. I really want to make sure that if it does end up the two of you being sent after me, it's because I did something wrong rather than for being a fell spawn.
As
I know
Biter's
what's
been
in my
telling
blood.
me, I follow orders no more because they have been given. I follow my instincts. I will use my best judgment, Vask.
That's all I can ask.
his hand still shapeshifted, and looking at Vask's glove.
Want to shake on it then?
Sure.
All right. Your turn.
He'll just pat you on the shoulder.
take his hand and he fucking tries to banish the glove off of you.
No,
No,
I can't banish.
I can. Wait, can I banish myself and send me home?
Keep that in your pocket as a last minute
Oh.
resort.
Imagine if you accidentally only banish the Fellspawn blood out of you and you just show up a complete, just
God.
ruined mess.
Oh God.
Yeah, he banishes all the fell blood out of him, and then we see what Vask looks like without it, and he's just a shrimp.
Oh God.
All the
But I got
vitality was
nerfed.
sucked out of him. He looks like Gummaw now.
They nerfed me.
It's just, it's just like one for all for one or whatever it is. All Might,
Mhm.
that's his name.
Yeah.
Right.
My
And
God.
so, I guess perception then, since I'm listening.
Absolutely perception.
15.
15. Okay. Using the guiding light of your own tattoos. You gaze out far into the distance as your eyes will go. Eyes wandering, mind wandering, wherever they will. The night remains
think-
as... Good.
I think he'll let down the defenses of the mind shielding just to see if anything reaches out to that night.
You open up your
But he's not
mind.
gonna. He'll turn it back on once the shift's over.
You lower down the guard of your consciousness a bit. Just waiting to see if anything might be watching and waiting and taking that as a sign to act. No such event comes. Your watch passes without incident. And it was either one. It's at the pretty much the
Think
darkest
Hildegard?
part of the night, so yeah, we could do Hildegard. The Necrobos
You'll
brings up
feel-
the dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vasco will just telekinetically poke her. Like, your turn.
She'll, fucking, that, like, kind of scamper thing you do when you're trying to wake up and the limbs are kind of going, slowly sits up.
That's why
Sam?
Vask did it from range.
She blinks her eyes open and it takes a minute. Like, she squints, focuses, and then you can see one of the birds look around and she actually turns toward you. Is it watch already?
I believe so. I don't have a timepiece. And
Okay.
can't really judge.
She's going to slowly get up, move over to Vask, lightly pat him so his light goes out. Get
Hmm.
some rest.
Yeah, Vask, don't forget to turn out your light.
Turn off the light,
And-
night light.
He was like, so, I just want to check in. How have you been doing?
Blinks. You just see like a moment to just as her brain slowly grinding to a
Sorry,
stop.
night shift, you're up all night with your thoughts. And
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm okay, mostly. Hasn't she pauses and like I'd say there hasn't been anything too crazy going on with me, but gestures to just everything.
right.
Nothing that you guys aren't already with me in. I mean, you doing good with everything? And she kind of points to the gauntlet, not wanting to say that loud.
Yeah. No news is good news, I think, right now.
That's fair. I guess you didn't see anything?
No. That is the problem.
Yeah,
You know,
I
I
swear.
might be able.
I know we've been hearing crickets, but I swear I heard a duck earlier.
A duck?
The track has a duck quack in it.
Oh.
Oh,
It means, means shit.
yeah, it is a lakeside. Yeah, that's true.
Sorry.
I mean, that's true. We make the joke of Brian and Tide about that one track I used for the jungle that has a random dinosaur squawk.
Yeah.
It could completely be Hildegard mishearing things, realm fucking with her head a bit.
Could just be
fine.
one of your ravens quacking every time you're not looking.
Yeah.
Oh, they
God.
would.
Quack.
So I did hear this anecdote about someone who went into a cave that had a underground river, and because they turned out their lights, and because they heard the river, they started imagining they heard ducks because the brain was like, "Oh, you're hearing running water. Naturally, there are ducks," even though they're in the pitch black of a cave.
That would fucking freak me out a bit.
The human mind, everybody.
Anyways,
Imaginary
ducks.
she's gonna mention that I thought I heard ducks at one point, but just shakes her head.
I mean, if this is like an echo out next, you know what? After seeing what happens to frogs here, I don't want to see what happens to ducks.
No,
Thanks. I'm gonna have a nightmare about that now.
because ducks
Have a
do
good
eat
watch.
frogs. Good
Oh
night,
yeah, that's
Beth.
true. Yeah, Hazel chuckles, and then he goes, you could probably suck or bite her into."
It'll be fine. Good night, Vask.
And Vesk will turn in.
All right.
Speaking of biter, she's actually gonna go over and just sit down beside him and just, absent-mindedly pet the dog on the head as she's keeping a lookout.
Mm-hmm.
And perception.
Yep.
Right, which is kind of funny after the whole thing of "I was once a man."
Now he's a dog. It doesn't matter.
29.
Dang.
Christ.
Birds are helping. Finally, I got above a 10.
Yeah.
All right.
Find the magic signpost.
This is her job.
Scanning out. The stillness is just deceptively calm out here. It is so easy to just feel peaceful if you'd stop thinking about the context of this place, but pretty hard to divorce yourself from that.
Kind of sounds like the British countryside where everything's just empty and it's unnerving slightly.
Sitting at the edge of the roof with Biter, gazing out at the water and surrounding buildings, you discern no movement beyond just the occasional little movement of the water up against the roofs, the occasional minor wave, but never anything worth talking about.
God, there's no wind, but there's waves. Okay. Just kind of just spend her watch just chilling with the dog. And she's absolutely that kind of person who just... You seen those, people who just, lay over big dogs and the big dogs don't care? She absolutely does that when she's bored.
Oh, yeah. He is large-sized at the moment, so plenty to lay on.
Yeah, just kind of
remember
using him as a
my dog
backrest.
like that.
Just kind of using him as a backrest or draping over him. Just keeps petting him all the time, but birds probably get fed up with her after a while.
Yeah.
So, I'm guessing nothing showing up.
Nothing appears.
All right. So I guess once the shift is over, or as much as you can discern the shift is over, she'll go and wake Nakrabos.
They shift in their pile of blankets.
Yeah. Hildegard takes a minute just to figure out where her head is, and then just lightly just poke.
They shift.
Nakrabos?
It's time.
Yeah. It is time for your shift.
Well,
Nothing really to report. Fucking duck. He just pauses and looks off in the distance.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. It's a slow head turn towards the bird. It's like, if that was one of you, I'm chucking you in the lake. Just a deep inhale. Alright. Never mind.
They are grumpy.
Okay, apparently I'm not hearing ducks. I'm hearing 2 rats. You know, and she's
Visible
going
gasps.
Yes, I know. The blind girl can hear, yes. Just very pure sarcasm. Just like, sorry, I didn't see anything. I didn't really hear anything either. Everything's been still. And as long as you can kind of keep your mind off that, it's actually not too bad.
At least there's nothing. We shouldn't see something stalking us in the timeless wasteland.
I don't know. I'm kind of shocked there's not more froghemus with all this water. But they may not like this area.
They're frogs. As far as I can tell, they were once frogs who mutated in this new environment. Honestly, not unlike sloths. Just
There
not
should be more.
well spawn. And frogs don't typically like bodies of water this large. They like muckier water where there's a mix of whatever. What am I doing? You don't care.
The snake knows how to hunt for frogs.
Just kind of shrugs, like, sorry, it's just, I haven't seen anything.
No, I'm sorry, Hildegard. I'm just frustrated.
Understandable.
Is
I
it
think
understandable, Hildegard?
I think it's pretty reasonable to be frustrated in this place.
Yes.
Sorry.
Wow. They put a hand to their temple. Hildegard.
Yes?
I apologize. I'm
Just blinks and stares at him.
my mind has been lost in what happened with the giant.
Well, that was concerning.
Not just concerning, but she was there. She was nearly tangible. And yet, we could do nothing. Well, I suppose Vara did something, which is...
I'm assuming she
Good.
did. If I'm not
Vara
mistaken,
seemed...
if I'm not mistaken, either those rings are attuned to someone of the same ability, or specifically attuned to the person.
does seem
And so
Vara...
the giant would have to magically attune them to Vara.
does seem that Vara and the giants bonded.
I don't know.
That is good.
She can see through time. Sometimes I can talk to the dead. We might be able to see Hala again.
Do you think that gods are without flaw?
hell no.
No.
Not even
Wait,
the
what?
Midrog think they're flawless. They purposely kick someone out because of it.
She just
What'd she
have you
say?
seen
Or
the
what'd they
like
say?
the awkward thing where somebody takes a deep breath and their arms like rock back and forth? You seen that? She does that and just no. There's far too many stories and myths to the contrary.
Can I bring something up without one of you losing your heads for once?
No.
I feel
Right.
like we've been fairly reasonable, but I'm sorry if we haven't seen that way.
I brought up my interest in chronomancy several times. And I understand you are hesitant because somebody used it and damaged everything. But do you think that maybe turning something into a taboo has made it more dangerous? It has made it more tempting for people to try and grasp and break?
Not really. It's like as much as I don't agree with all the gods or the decisions, I can't say forbidding time magic was a bad one.
Why?
Um,
How is it any
how to
worse than
explain
bringing
this?
back the dead?
Well, for one, there's a limited amount of times you can single body your soul, and
And for
you can't
one,
even.
with properly created spells, there is a limited limit to what you could do with time magic.
Okay, hang on. Let me explain this my point better. If you changed 1 second of 1 day, of 1 year, of 1 millennium, it has an effect on all of that because
You're thinking it
time is
all
all.
so grandiose and
It's
all
not grandiose.
encompassing.
It's not grandiose. The problem is with time is it's literally in everything.
But it doesn't
It's
need to be a spell to alter everything.
but
I could cast
if
a
you're
spell and they'll snap their claws now, and it would
Please
change
don't. We're
nothing.
trying to sleep.
Hey, no, they're trying to be quiet. And that would change nothing.
it would
Think,
change quite a bit.
if I were to cast a normal spell that I've researched and could potentially exist, it doesn't need to be altering time. It would be something as simple as changing luck, making your luck better or another's luck worse. That is not any different than any other spell that twists probability or alters the world around you.
If it's not affecting time, then how is it chronomancy?
If it's not raising the dead, why is it necromancy? I can save the dead. I can save those on the brink of death from dying, and that would be considered necromancy by some. That's not raising the dead.
I
I'm
would
not
not.
foolish enough to think that there are no consequences.
I don't know why you're trying to argue theoreticals with a girl who never even went to the magic school and all that.
Because you're the one who woke me up.
Oh, so you're just being grouchy to her for no good reason.
I did say they look grouchy.
It's like, oh, for the strength to push her into the water. Anyways,
You just woke up and chose violence
Yes. Because they
against
because
the calm and reasonable party member.
because
Oh,
they
you
had
woke
to
up
watch.
on the wrong side of the mist.
Yeah, because they had to watch somebody make a bond with somebody and then lose that somebody within the same instant, being, separated by something that they know could theoretically have helped, possibly.
She's, yes, she kind of is a little taken aback by that, and just like, okay. It's like, okay, listen, I was taught in a church, and I was brought up as an acolyte. In spite of that, we don't exactly have the all-encompassing view to rule on any of those subjects. Yes, there's some spells that are considered necromancy, and they don't affect the dead like that. And there's some spells that are considered, uh, well, healing magic, and they can be quite harmful.
That's exactly what I mean.
I don't get to
Obviously.
decide that kind of thing.
I know you don't, but all of you have been so ravenously opposed whenever I brought it up. And again, I understand that you dealt with somebody who used it and has caused
It's not-
great harm.
It's not completely about that. Have you thought of what would happen if you succeeded? And the goddess of time decides to take an offense to that?
If she takes offense to what I have done, then that is between her and I.
No, it'll be between her and us.
No.
No, don't even. If you're going to walk with us, we will share your issue.
No, you won't.
Yes, we will. Because that is what an errantry group does.
Seem like they a little like surprised.
And yes, we didn't get off on the right foot, or the left foot, or even the three after that. It doesn't mean I want to see you hurt or erased from existence.
I don't want
And I'm
to
not
bring
telling
anyone
you
harm.
I'm not telling you to stop. I'm telling you to be careful. Because we both know telling you to stop would only make you more stubborn.
They make a face.
Deal with it.
Rice Flugel didn't snicker at that.
Sorry. Came off a lot more heated than it should have.
No, I was the one who woke up and was immediately in a foul mood.
It's because we're all sleeping on a slanted rock roof. Honestly, I think I might have smacked whoever woke me up too, but Vast talked in my head.
No, I poked you from a distance because I knew
Yeah.
there might be flailing.
Oh no, her -1 strength is going to...
Oh no, you technically healed me for 1 hit point.
I understand the trepidation, but seeing that happen when I've seen theories and how, well, I've seen it, but I've researched and looked at theories on how that could happen, and it just incensed me. I felt helpless.
Yeah. It can be the worst feeling.
You don't even know, Hildegard.
About what?
They shake their head.
If you're gonna mean helplessness, then yes, I know quite a lot about that.
That is not what I meant.
Then could you please explain?
I can't.
Then could you
You
please
have
take
you have your life and its things that you'd rather keep to yourself, and so do I.
Then could you take your watch and stop being such a curmudgeon? Curmudgeon?
That I can do.
Just lightly tap the shoulder. Alright. Lack of sleep's probably making me grouchy too, so I will get some sleep.
They'll clasp you on the shoulder.
Aw.
Thank
Little
you,
smile.
Fucking grass.
Phone
I don't have that cancer, damn it. Thank you, Oathbound.
And thank you too. For everything.
I don't mean you harm. I know I've caused you harm repeatedly.
I know you didn't mean it.
But the kid does not mean it didn't happen.
No. Thank you all the same.
They nod.
Okay. I will
And they
be
go to
getting
take watch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just she motioned for the birds to take a roost somewhere to, help continue the watches, and she's gonna snuggle up in her fucking sleeping bag. There we go. That's the word. Jesus. A hand shoots out, grabs one of them, just yanks him into the water.
I've been
Alright.
waiting to do the sound effect, waiting for Hildegard to go to sleep, and then do this entire conversation.
Hey, I applaud you, my friend. I applaud you.
God damn it.
Perception.
Holy shit.
After a point, I was like, the longer this goes on, the funnier it'll be.
So you just hear a splash and a mother, why?
Father, help.
You can do an aquatic patrol.
Perception, VV.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god.
And I'm going to use Flash of Genius to make that a 13.
Okay. How many more of those do you have?
And they refresh on after a short rest.
Noted. Okay.
Yeah, I have 5 of them per day, and I only used 1 the previous day, so it's the second one technically from the
Oh.
previous day.
It's equal to your int mod, if I remember correctly.
What's that?
It's equal to your int mod, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it's my int mod, which is 5. And that's why it's a 5, and then a +5 to a roll that I have, or now I have.
What's a Necrobus's wisdom?
Oh God, don't ask that. It's a 0.
Same.
Okay. But yeah, it recharges at dawn, VV. That's why I have a decent access to those.
Fair enough. That's fine by me. Alright.
Yeah. They do a watching.
You do that watching.
That's a good sign.
Alright. Left alone with your thoughts and the sounds of snoring. The horizon just goes on without any real break, any real change.
Spider, are you awake?
I don't sleep. Heard every single dramatic thing you guys have to say. What is it now?
You are close to one of the gods.
Why, yes. Still am, technically.
I was curious where you fell on this topic.
Really?
Yes, you are a thinking being, are you not?
You want to know what I think?
Is that
No one's ever asked me that question before.
Yeah, is that something that this party has avoided doing?
No. It's sarcasm. What do you need to know? Just gets up and stretches.
I don't need to know. I'm curious if you know anything about the ban on dunamancy.
I want to be justified in hating you too.
What?
I'm in a foul mood and I want to be mad.
No, they've calmed down after the talk with
Okay.
Hildegard.
Okay, good.
Yeah. No, they are calmer. That talk with Hildegard did seem to like chill them out. Especially the Hildegard, like if she wasn't so groggy, she probably would have noticed it. But like especially the lumping the Krobos in with the group did kind of strike a nerve with them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wasn't around for that one. I
Before your
can't speak
time.
for the lodge. Yes, a lot of things were. What I do know is that ecosystems work best when they're not disrupted. Now, disruption is inevitable, and when it is, it falls to everyone else to figure it out their shit and get it done and live through it. If they don't, they don't.
Like what happened with this whatever that our companions refused to name.
Yeah, just like that. Some things are buried for a reason. Some things are actively waiting to be dug up.
I understand. I understand, obviously, that there are dangerous things that one can do with most any kind of magic, but especially something like chronomancy. I don't not see the danger. I just there's so much potential for good too.
You're not wrong. Another time and place, someone in my position would be considered overstepping just by existing too.
I suppose so.
Just always understand that things are not existing in a vacuum. If you did discover what you were looking for, and with that power to see and learn and know more about the flow of Sekla's weave in all of this, and you knew someone would use your knowledge to commit an atrocity.
Someone has already used this knowledge to commit an atrocity.
No. Because of you. Your actions, an atrocity is committed in the future, long after you're dead and unable to stop it. Could you live with that?
I'd be dead. They do like a little, they have a little bit of a lopsided, haha, get on their face.
But you would know.
No. Kill you, take your notes.
No, I see your point. I would not want that to happen. I'd be doing.
Nothing we do exists in a vacuum.
No,
And I would know. I hunt in one.
But wouldn't it be better if this was properly studied to not just be unleashed by somebody who stumbles upon it or does what that thing did during the winter? If I'm there is no it is entirely possible that I will never do what I desire. And that's just the way that someone of my position lives. I am just a they kind of look down to their armor. I'm just a I am just a dragonborn. I will not leave the kind of impact upon history that many others will. That others of my own kin will.
Is that what this is about?
No, I mean, do I want to leave? Do I want my name to be remembered? Of course. But I am fully prepared for the possibility that it won't. It is what happens to any who has a mind such as my own, or Vask's, who wants to learn and wants to learn and experiment and do what no one else has done before.
Everyone does something for the first time once. Who knows? Seems like 2/3 of you want to dance on a knife's edge for a living. Go on, push that envelope. Prove everyone wrong.
Raises an eyebrow at him.
Is that what you want to hear? Validation, or is this one of those I need to talk about my feelings things? I don't really have patience for that. I hunt things and I kill things. I'm a solutions kind of star wolf.
I mean, I was just hoping to speak to somebody with intelligence.
Wow.
Not
You
saying
call
the
me
others
smart.
don't. Not to say that the others don't. I want to be clear. Just that. I mean, you're a celestial.
In a sense, yes.
You have experiences that many don't.
Mostly hunting and killing abominations beyond the stars.
Yes, and also, hunting directly with one of the few active deities.
Well, I've given you my perspective. You want to be right? Prove it.
Perhaps I will.
Not everything has to be a complicated, multi-stage hypothesis or whatever they call it.
Hypothesis?
Sure.
Yeah, that nerd shit.
Didn't go to college, I think.
I may be an angel, but I am still just a dog.
I'm a blue-collar angel. Emphasis on the collar.
But do it.
You want to prove that? Do it like you're trying to prove Sekla herself wrong. Honestly, she could probably use it.
Really?
What do I know?
They look at the notebook that they had earlier. Just that has like formulas and stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
And tilt their head. They hold up their glove that's their spear, the ring of spell storing, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And it crackles a little with energy. Who's Sekla wrong, you say?
I mean, that's what that dragon you talked to did, didn't it?
How did you know about that?
I'm in service of a god whose job is to hunt things who step out of line.
Wouldn't be very good at their job if they weren't perceptive.
And you were
I
having,
hear-
you know,
I hear just about everything said aloud by you little shits.
And you
big
did
fucking
have
ears.
Garm specifically stand close by for his aura. Who do you think gives him his aura?
I knew you were clever.
I'm not clever. I'm just good at my job. And that's the only thing I need to be.
And this is good. What's okay? They are going to try and cast a spell, like a formula for what should be a very, very simple chronomancy spell.
Okay.
They're going to try, and they're going to use their glove as, a power source, because, if that blows up, they can rebuild it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But can you rebuild our trust if you blow up our sleep?
If they blow up your
Do
sleep, you're dead.
it.
Yeah.
Do it.
And you won't have to worry about it. Yeah. I'm going to try that.
Okay. What sort of effect are you going for?
What is a very basic chronomancy spell?
Hold on. I gotta re-look up Unomancy spells again. Okay.
Here's one. It's very simple, but gift of alacrity.
All right. Let me look that up. There we are. Yep.
They take a breath. The glove crackles, and they attempt to cast the spell.
Make an Arcana check and an Intelligence saving throw.
Aha, boy. 25.
25. Okay. Now for the save. 21. Okay. You practice and you begin uttering aloud the theories that you've gone over in your head countless times. You begin to forge a spell that no one's ever taught you. You just have a feeling it'll work. As you make the necessary gestures, draw upon the planar energies, you feel something like a vice closing around your hands.
Ooh.
As though something is trying to hold you in place and prevent things from being finished. You realize that it is not an affliction of the body, it is one of the mind. And the mind is stronger than the matter in that. And you see the truth of it, and you push past it. And you successfully cast that spell.
Holy shit.
You stand in the silence, breathing heavily, waiting for some sort of judgment. But none comes.
They look up to the sky. Just, not anywhere specific. Sakla, if you are looking upon me now, know that I intend no damage to be done. by my hands. But know that not all will be like me. None have been like me. Somebody will learn this and wield this. It is better to be somebody who will listen if you have words, if you deign to speak them to me, than someone who will use it to tear your fabric apart, as has already been done. If you have no words for me, then I have no words for you. And then they kind of slump down to the ground.
Feel better?
She didn't strike me down.
Yeah, wonder what's up with that.
Rosk
know
is
if
more the
that's-
smiter of the bunch.
I don't know if that's relieving or concerning.
Well, you've only got one way to know. Keep doing it. You got this.
Wouldn't that be the kind of thing you would hunt?
Get good enough at chronomancy to where I can't catch you.
Oh, right.
Not my jurisdiction, anyways. That's not my beat.
They look at their, glove, which it's intact, just spent.
Yep.
Not beating the mad scientist allegations.
Just look out, and one of the ravens just floating on the water like a duck.
Fucking loud.
He's just embraced it. This is who he is now. He is now Quaug.
Oh.
God, we can
Prototyping that.
we can
All
hear
right.
that through your microphone, Kelly.
I did.
Scream in the background.
She scrim. All right. So, as the shock and exhilaration of finally pushing that and breaking the law a little bit, you little
And not
rebel.
being smote where I stand.
Thanks for doing that right next to where we're sleeping, by the way.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So that 13 perception,
Uh-huh.
you see the sky beginning to brighten just slightly. Something akin to a dawn.
Oh.
And you see something moving just a little ways off, coming from behind one of the buildings.
Hmm.
What appears to be, as the light catches, a very large bucket.
What?
And one figure furiously paddling and waving their hands at you.
What?
Oh my god.
Their
Wait.
voice is far away, but it
The rest
slowly
are asleep.
comes into focus.
The rest are still asleep, right?
Yep, but this happens first.
Yeah.
As it comes closer, you just begin to slowly hear, "Away! Away! Please, move! You're in danger!"
What? Why?
What are you yelling at?
Hmm.
The water begins to bubble beneath you.
Oh fuck.
And before you can call out for help, before any of the others come in, you see
Oh fuck!
Oh dear.
this burst out of the ocean around you.
No.
Cliffhanger.
What
Son
the
of a
fuck?
dear.
Oh, are you kidding me?
What?
And that's where we're going to drop for tonight.
Oh my god.
Did we get our short rest?
You
Yeah.
get a short rest.